Thanks for the resub for 13 months. Resubscribe for 18 months. Okay, my activity feed is being very confusing. It says resubscribe for 18 months and it says subscribe for 13 months. That's probably a bulk year sub, but thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for everything. Thank you for this music. Thank you for all the things. There's a liquid cooling loop. Basically the pre-build from Newegg was weird. Was very weird. In terms of how it was like hooking up its fans and all the kind of stuff in the inside. And now it is much less weird. Hello. Hi. Greetings. Greetings, yes, that is me. Hi. Change a custom liquid cooling loop with a radiator outside. Run it through a radiator. That's a... Well, there's no... Okay, there's no actual hole to the inside. That's the thing. We have not drilled a hole through the wall of this 2-code enclosure. So it's like a separate building. There's a window. I just, like... We're trying not to, like, drill arbitrary holes through the wall and, like, de-weatherize the thing, right? Like, because this is actually 2-code. If it rains, like, this is actually, like... This is a real thing, right? Although it doesn't rain that much here. But, hello. Hi, everybody. Hello. I thought for a brief moment that after my kind of crazy, like, 2 weeks of trip and all of the other stuff that happened, like, all of the various, like, different stuff, I would finally have some amount of, like... respite from trip, from this insane, like, a lot of trip. Weird as in, like, I think one of the fans was just, like, hardwired to the power supply, so it was just on at all times. There's no, like, real intake vents, like, and, I don't know, it was just, like, the way that the cooling setup, like, was set up was just, like, kind of bad, and the computer kept thermal throttling itself, right? And then eventually it was, like, shutting down before I left for my trip, and I wasn't entirely sure why I was doing that, but yeah. And it was also, like, it was just, like, I mean, it was why my temperature issue wasn't as bad before, because it was thermal throttling itself instead of actually, you know, dumping all of its heat in. So, like, as soon as, like, it was fixed, it started, like, dumping all of its heat into the room, and then we needed to come up with, like, the weird air conditioning situation, right? Yeah, we unpre-built our pre-built. I got that PC, like, 3 years ago or so, and I unpre-built it. This is the PC-chan that has been, like, working for me this whole time, and it's been, like... we needed to do, like... lung surgery on it, you know? I guess is it heart surgery or lung surgery? I guess there was a liquid in there, right? But it was fun. Pre-built of Theseus? Yeah, I mean, like, almost most of the parts are still there. I don't think we've shipped the Theseus itself yet, right? We didn't, like, gut it. Like, all of the brains are there. It's just, like, it's got different fans. It's like a VTuber. They re-debut, and they have different fans, but all of the same brains, hopefully. And maybe some different looks, because this one has a lot less RGB than it did before, right? And now it's just, like, kind of a little, like, shooting white, like, light instead of, like, this kind of RGB thing. But the thing is, like, those RGB fans are so much more, like, loud than the stuff we put in to replace it. Like, it is so quiet now. It turns out that the quietest, like, fans are also the cheapest. It's just that they don't have RGB. Turns out that blinky lights, like, actually, like, a lot of money for some reason, even though, like, the actual blinky lights on their own don't cost very much money at all. Valve? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Ooh. Cracking a cold one. The cold one is Hong Van basil seed drink with honey. It is, it tastes like, kind of like rose-flavored sugar. Delicious. I've been into, like, random cans of sugary drink at the Chinese grocery store. Every time you think you like to, your money disappears. Are you sleep building PCs? It's like you think, I'm thinking of like building a PC, you go to sleep and it's like, wait a minute. Where's all my money? There's like one person like who, there's one like persona in your brain that sleep builds the PCs, and there's another persona in your brain that goes and like smashes all of the PCs that you've sleep built because you don't think they're good enough. And then the third one is just like being like, where did all my money go? Less interesting things like rent. Ah. So what you're trying to say is that the your ambitions of building a PC live in your head rent-free. Okay, fine. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Sure. 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 All right. Okay. All right. Yeah, so, I thought last week that I had, like, I was finally able to calm down and settle down and get into, like, a good vibe, and, like, you know, I wasn't traveling 10 million times anymore. It wasn't, like, you know, going to be a thing where it's like, oh, you can't ever see the shrimp because the shrimp is, like, flying around the world doing various weird world things. And then I looked and I was like, oh shit, there are 2 concerts happening in Los Angeles and I know people performing in both of them. And I'm like, okay, I, like, you know me, right? And you know how I kind of feel about VTubing. And I kind of looked at it and I was like, I don't know that I can, like, skip out on seeing, like, both these concerts. Like, I don't know that I can skip out on seeing an Ashton concert and skip out on... Oh, nice. This is kind of a jam. Thanks for the shuffling that soon. I don't know if I can skip out on seeing an Ashton concert. I don't know if I can skip out on seeing, like, an Issa and Daryl and, like, you know, that kind of concert. And they're, like, 3D concerts, and it's, like, they're indies. I mean, like, not exactly all indies, but they're, like, kind of... One is kind of, like, the non-massive Japanese corporations and some indies concert, and then the other one is, like, all the indies, like, including some of the like, giant Japanese corporation indies, right? I know, right? Like, and I know it's, like, a 5-hour drive, but, like, you know, it's right there, and by right there, I mean, like, you know, many hours away, and, like, have to find out accommodations and that kind of stuff, but, you know, through the power of friends and family, we are able to somehow do the entire trip without paying a single, like, dollar other than residual food and residual, like, and concert tickets, actually. So what was kind of fun, is the car that was being driven, not by me, is still on its, like, first, like, year free EV charging plan. There's, like, a... And so that turned out that, like, there was actually no cost other than the aging of the car, spent on going down there and back. And also, like, we found, you know, crashing locations, through the power of friends and family, and so it's, like, literally the only, like, cost other than, like, you know, the slightly higher cost, maybe, possibly, of eating out. I don't know. Like, you know, it's more that. Not for the car. Yeah. 2 events in the Chicago you'd like to go to? Yeah, see, this is the thing. Like, I don't know. I'm so... I really want to go to the Pia, like, concert on the East Coast, right? Okay, who... Has anybody here been to, like, I mean, I think some people here have been to Offkai. Who here has been to any of these, like, events? You're going to AMIC? Okay. Who has been to a VTuber concert? Who's been to... You know, this is actually a perfect thing for a poll. Hold on. Have you been to a VTuber concert? Have you been to a VTuber... hold on. VTuber concert? Never in any kind. On stream... I mean, let's, like, free. On stream... Paid. At a con. Only... At a con. At... Okay. Cool. Here we go. I think those are the options. If there are any options that I have, like... If there are any options I have missed... Okay, so if you've seen something... If you've been to one at a con... If you've been to any kind of the IRL ones, like, put that, even if you've only been to free ones at cons. Like, so put only at a con. Like, I'm saying, like, if you've done a paid one, but also a con one, then just count the one at the con. Right? So these are just in oh, shit! Oh, hey, Clonk. How goeth? I am, hello, thank you for this 17 months. Oh, that's a lot of time. I'm just talking about my, my experiences seeing, the VTuber concerts this weekend in the Los Angeles area, including, such luminaries as Ashton Martin and, Issa and, Cottontail, I believe, and Iron Mouse. Ashton freaking Martin. Ashton was so good. Ashton, like, was kind... I mean, I don't want to get ahead of myself and start, like, yapping about the concert itself, but, like... Oh, yeah. Blazy was, like, exclamation mark boost. Yep. Man, I love Ashton freaking Martin. I was, like, I was, like, so ready. I, like, got the Ashton freaking Martin, like, concert pen lights, like, before the con, and I was, like, I am, like, 100% going to, like, do this, like, Ashton, like, I'm doing it. Also, I'm sorry that I had, like, only five options for the poll, because, like, I wasn't able to put what's a VTuber. I realize I'm missing one important, thing, which is, like, what's a VTuber? I guess, like, if there are 7 options, I could be, like, what's a concert? Right? Yeah, what's a VTuber, what's a concert? But unfortunately, I don't have those options, so. Nobody has been... I'm actually curious, like, are there more people who have done a paid stream of a concert, or more people who have done a con, like, a free con showing, right? Because they're also, like, theoretically, there are separately ticketed con concerts, I think. Like, I think most of them come with the cons. What exactly is this stream? I'm yapping at the beginning. I went to AX. Well, no, I didn't go to AX. I did not go to AX. I did not go to the con itself. Merely, like, maneuvering around the con was, like, a bit of a weird shit show. Like, the roads were a mess. What exactly is I wonder what the question is. I went to concerts, and I'm talking about them. That's what this stream is right now. Right at this exact moment. I am talking about the 2 concerts I went to, that had friends in them, so. They're con-associated, but separately ticketed, yes. Yes, and so, like, I am counting the okay, if they are con associated, if they are in the vicinity of a con, but they are not at the con, like most concerts that get held for VTuber stuff are usually like the same weekend and the same city as some con or another. But the Whole Live, like, so the Whole Live concerts are an example, but I counted that as like at a theater, right? Because I didn't go to the con. I don't know that like I get that much out of like going to an actual anime convention at this point, right? Like, oh, you voted wrong? Okay. Did you want to say at a theater, but like not only at a con? I don't know if there are. I wonder. Okay. The Hollow Fest, but they kind of made their own con to go with it. So I'm trying to think if there's any like just VTuber concert just out in the middle of nowhere. I don't know whether like the BB No Money one counts. Possibly. I guess the BB No Money one counts, right? Having Iron Mouse as a thing. Maybe a Gorillaz concert that counts. Does that count as a VTuber thing? A truly standalone one? Yeah. I mean, I haven't been to a truly standalone one as far as I know. But like, you haven't been to an anime con since pre-COVID? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I went to Anime North. I don't know that there's much. Like, okay, it's complicated, right? At this point, I started going to cons basically to just like meet people. Just to hang out with friends and stuff. And at least like within Offkai, the concentration of like friends and stuff is so high on the con floor. And also I've been going to Offkai for a while. And like I've got a ton of friends in Offkai. So it's like Offkai is the one where I'm like, I want to actually go to this con, right? And actually I've decided like more recently that MagFest was such a fun con that I also want to like do that. You know, they do have like a very, 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 very nice arcade. You know what? Maybe this is just me like deciding that anime cons like don't have the stuff that I want out of cons, because there's a lot of like gaming focused cons that have like some amount of like gaming, you know, focus and like some interesting stuff there that I at least like poke around at. I don't know whether it's like worth the con like price in some cases, but like I think I would do another Gen Con. Like new board games, like seems interesting enough, right? So I could do that. Anybody been to Gen Con? Does anybody go to cons that are not Offkai and are not anime cons? Like what are people's favorite cons? I guess like if you're an academic, maybe you go to some academic con. I haven't been to one of those in a while, but like you live where Gen Con is held in Indianapolis? I assume not Lake Geneva. I've been to your fine city then, to show off a game that and I was like very excited that Indianapolis was within the catchment zone to have a Skyline chili in it. So I was able to have what is it? The Cincinnati chili. The grandest food item to come out of the state of Ohio, probably. I'm sure like the Ohioans out there are gonna be like, oh shit, no, we have this other like very important like an integral food stuff that like is much more important than Cincinnati chili. And what are you even saying? Like, what the hell? Why do you like Cincinnati chili? Like it's a blight upon society or something. I'm sure somebody will say that. But I like Cincinnati chili, damn it, and I've gone out of my way to have it, just as I've gone out of my way to have beaver tails, the fried dough like Canadian thing, right? Magfest and TwitchCon are your regulars? Nice. I do like... So TwitchCon, I've enjoyed it, but then I've been realizing more and more is like I do so little of the actual con per se that I am vaguely considering. I don't know whether I'm going to be able to given like the schedule for the rest of the year, but like theoretically, I mean I'm a shrimp, so I can fit in a closet probably. So let's see. Is Otakon the one that's happening like in DC in like a few weeks? Is that the one that the Pia Oshi Spark concert is happening in association with that I'm like sorely tempted to go to. I don't know which con is which in the US. It's so much work to organize what me and friends are doing. Oh, like a trip to a con, you mean? Oh, yes. So anyway. Oh, Gen Con specifically. Yeah, Gen Con is a lot. I mean, my friend was actually showing off a board game there. Here. Oh, here's the funny thing. So I managed to incredibly, like, just save a fuck ton of money when I went to Gen Con by, like, flying in through, like, a couple of, like, Western Ohio airports. Like, so instead of actually, like, going to Indianapolis, like, I flew into some random, like, I think, like, one of them was, like, Dayton, and the other one was, like, Akron or something like that. I think they have some sort of, like, tiny-ass regional airports where the price to actually fly to them was not that high. And then I just took a Greyhound the rest of the way. And it turns out to be, like, way cheaper. Of course, this was, like, when I was, like, more... I was, like, a lot closer to my broke college student days, so I was, like, a lot more wary of, like, spending money on stuff. Hi, Vera! Hello! Hello! Welcome! Hello! Yeah, so I just did the Ohio strat. I think I have a lot of the Ohio strats. One is, like, eating the Cincinnati chili, but, like... It was... I mean, at Gen Con weekend, flying into Indianapolis itself is, like... so incredibly effing expensive. It is, like, completely, like, untenable at all, right? Like, I mean, compared to, like, for the broke college student thing, it's like you... Also, like, I like deals. I like spending less money on things, like, than... Like, I like spending, like, insanely cheap amounts of money on things. Like, I found out that there is a, like, I'm probably going for 2 weeks to South Korea later this year. Hello? Because there's a direct flight from, like, the West Coast for $600 return, right? Because there's, like, some weird random deal. Time to drink! Did you get drinks? Wait, what? You have to get tickets to whatever events you... Oh, yeah. Gen Con has, like, ticketed events. Yes. Indeed. Many events only have 4 seats. Yeah, it's kind of wild. I think we basically ghosted the con with our board game. Like, she just took it to the thing, and, like, she didn't actually do any formal events. We just, like, hung out with people and then, like, shut it off. Akron is too far. Yeah, I don't know whether it would be the, Oh, it's 21 months! I see! Your sub would be legal to drink in the United States if months were years. I get it. I see. Thank you, I'm gonna drink. Let's drink to that. See, I don't have the same association with 21. Like, it's only from, like, American pop culture. It's not, like, directly from my own experiences, because, like, I became... Well, okay, first of all, I became eligible to drink in Ontario at 19. And second of all, 19 wasn't even that big of a deal for me, because, like, I had read the, you know, let's bring it up again, hold on. Let's see here. Alright, here we go. Let me just quickly check my, where is my capture thing? Okay, here we go. Okay. Alright, as you can see from the Liquor Licensing Act, Revised Statutes of Ontario 1990, something L19, I don't know what that is. Okay. Oh shit, it was repealed. What did they replace it with? Well, anyway, when I was growing up, under this version of it, if you look at, like, section 30, these are persons under 19, and it says no person shall knowingly sell or supply liquor to a person, excuse me, okay. No person shall knowingly sell or supply liquor to a person under 19 years of age. And then if you scroll down to subsection 13, Then you say, supply by parent. This section does not apply to the supplying of liquor to a person under 19 years of age, and a residence is defined in section 31, or in a private place is defined in the regulations by a parent of the person or person having lawful custody of the person, or to the consumption of liquor by a person who has supplied liquor in a manner described in clause A if the liquor is consumed at the place where it is supplied. And therefore, yeah, I was drinking legally, like, a long time before I actually turned 19. And I would always, like, basically be like, cheers to subsection 13. You have an Otto concert in Chicago? That rocks. I love Otto. I want to do Otto covers. I've been toying with the idea of doing a, what is it? Fuck. What's it called? What's it called? What's the name of it? Otto Angry Film Red song. They say no, it's not Toad Musica. That's a creepy thing, Film Red song. Otto break what? Shit. Okay. Backlight. That's it. Backlight. I wanna cover backlight. I want to cover a bunch of auto because I was thinking like, I worry a lot about my singing voice like being like kind of like screechy or whatever, but I realize it's like I need to like embrace my inner like slightly lower range and just like sing like the range of songs that I'm like really like into and good at, right? And I think that's just like, I think Otto is actually like, you know, Otto does a bunch of stuff with her voice that is like completely fucking amazing, but I think it's actually like pretty good, right? Like I think I can match it reasonably well, and if I have like multiple takes, I can do it pretty well. And then maybe I should like do some like shrimp karaoke at some point. I want to get a suggestion. Should have like a suggestion thread in the Discord for like shrimp okay at some point, right? So I can like practice some stuff. The karaoke, yeah. The karaoke, despite the incredible pun potential and despite my like tendency to like pun like with absolutely everything whatsoever, has not happened yet, which is like something that I'm very like miffed by, right? Like it's like how is it that my like anxiety over singing has like been so high that I have neglected all of this time to do the karaoke? Where you don't have a plan ahead, I won't have a good time. I didn't really have a plan ahead. I had a pretty good time actually. But that's because I'm like, I found it really fun to like talk to a bunch of like the board game like production companies in the production room and like get like sales pitched at them by like how one would go about making a board game. I'm actually really curious like how, I don't know whether Void has ever been to Gen Con, but I don't know whether he's been pitched all these like kind of things. It's like I have a couple of like boxes, like demo boxes from like the board game manufacturers, like where they put a bunch of like board game components into them. And then they like, you know, put it all into a box, but then you can like punch out the little tokens, except the tokens are all demonstration tokens of like what kind of tokens you'd get if you had a game. It requires a printing press. Yeah, I assume so. It's so weird. The Twitch dashboard says my bitrate sucks. And then, like, my actual OBS says my bitrate is fine. I don't know whether that red, like, bitrate thing is, like, trying to psych me out or something like that, but... 6,000 kilobits per second is, like, a good bitrate. I don't know. He was there for business reasons, trying to pitch his games. Yeah, I mean, it's good to, like, go with a friend who's trying to pitch a game, but Download bitrate 6,005. Yeah, it's like 6,000. I don't know. That's okay, right? I think that's like a reasonable one. Kilobits? Is that what a standard bitrate is for this kind of stuff? I assume so. Thank you for the water. Thank you for the waiter. What? Okay. Max Twitch. Okay, if it's anywhere near the max Twitch allows, then that's fine.
Pizza time.
Pizza. Hello.
Chat, it's pizza
I
time.
got pizza. Oh my god. I'm gonna it's pizza. It has it's pizza. Oh shit! It's got a stuffed crust. Holy shit! Is this Pizza Hut? Oh. Oh. I didn't ever go skywalks. Yeah, I saw that. And you can even like walk all the way over to the stadium, I think, and get from the convention center to the stadium. And they had like giant like, you know, this was the most anime thing ever. They had like giant like showdowns in like the inside the like the pitch of the giant like football stadium, right? Like you could go down into the football stadium, which was named after an oil company, of course, and then just like play board games against people in there, like as an enormous thing. It was like so cool. Yeah, Lucas Oil Stadium. It was like one of the most anime things of all time. I mean, it would have been more anime if it was just like a small handful of people in the stadium and they were playing board games against each other. But like it was just like a giant field of like all sorts of people playing all sorts of different board games. They just used it as like a as a venue. Like basically just a very large like, you know, conference room. But instead it was like in the middle of a stadium. It was like slightly spicy. Yeah, I mean they did when I did it. I'm pretty sure this was before COVID, so I don't know whether it was like. I'm trying to think which one was this. I'm trying to figure out if it's it was one where I played like some sort of like Square Enix like Chocobo game, and I won their like extremely like simple like children's like Chocobo like advancement board game, and then they awarded me as a prize a Chocobo like. What's the thing where it's like you have like a pad of like a notepad, but like kind of notepad where you like peel off like the sticky notes like off the top, except they're all like enormous chocobos. I don't know what that thing is called. A stack of notes. A thing with notes. I have not even talked really about the concerts yet. Hold on. Let me see if I can show a thing. Hold on. I got, okay. Well, here's the thing that happened. Let's see. I had a, I was spotted. I was spotted at the first concert. So I should show you this. Let's see if I can I? I'm trying to figure out what. Sorry. Okay. I'm trying to do the screenshot thing and then forgetting what to actually do with the. Figuring out what one actually does with the screenshot afterwards. Here we go. Here we go. God, this is going through so many different layers of compression. There we go. All right. It's been through 10 million layers of compression, but here we go. So I was like at the concert and there was a shrimp spotting. Here you go. What? There we go. I was spotted. Some weird alien was there. And send me, like, DM'd me a weird spotting. Saw me at the concert. There was a shrimp spotting at the first one. This was a Fantastic Reality concert. I was like, literally... yeah, literally, Pia was in the balcony. It was like, well, yeah, I mean, like, that, like, Pia, like, you know, you see a mantis shrimp walk into a concert, and you're like, oh, holy shit, that's Kari, and then, like, it was my, and then, yeah, Pia DM'd me. Yeah, I got DM'd the, I was like, holy shit, that's Kari! Apparently my reputation and my, you know, appearance precede me. Oh, yes. Yes, please join us in following Pia. Pia also has a concert, like, in a couple of weeks, and it's gonna, I think it's a couple of weeks, I don't know. It's very soon. It's at the, it's on the East Coast, it's in the DC area. I think it's around Otakon, although I'm not 100% sure. I should probably do my research before this kind of stuff, but yeah, so I went to this concert, not really expecting, like, I like, you know, I'm like, I'm gonna cheer for all the people I know and all the people I don't know, and, like, this is, like, gonna be so much fun. It's, like, it was, like, a smallish venue. It had, like, the pit standing, and then, like, you know, just a bunch of people, like, hanging out and doing a bunch of, you know, what's it called? The Lotogay, yeah. And it was, like, a ton of fun. I got my, you know, I just got my light sticks out and I was cheering everybody. I think this would have been... I assume this was Iron Mouse because this is the pink one, although there are a couple of people... I think there are a couple of people who are, like, pink, I think there are a couple of pink tubers there in the lineup. So, this could have been Iron Mouse. This could have been somebody else. I mean, I wasn't glowing, but I could have been. Hello, Alexander. Anyway, yeah, this was a lot of fun. Okay, so the big thing about these concerts, just in general, that I wanted to say, is that it is really, really, really cool that indies can get these concerts, right? That indies can, like, sell out these concerts, because apparently, like, I think both events, like, both the one that happened on the, Friday? Was it Friday? No, Friday and... Oh, no. Thursday. This is Thursday. There was the one that happened on the Thursday and the one that happened on the Saturday, like, sold out, right? Or came very, very close to selling out. Like, I think the Saturday one didn't technically sell out, but if, like, there was, like, maybe, like a handful of, like, maybe 10 seats that they didn't sell out in, like, a 1,000-seat theater or something like that. Let me figure out, like, what's the actual, like, capacity of the theater? Like, United Theater. There's, like, one row in the back of the balcony that did not, sell out. Capacity. Okay. Yeah, and it was a 1,600-seat theater. So it's, like, they sold, like, you know, basically 99% of their seats. Hello, Nieto! Twitch thinking your account wasn't verified. Do I need to switch to unverified accounts? If Twitch thinks your account wasn't verified... Okay. Maybe if Twitch is bugged, maybe I should, like... Is it, like, blocking chat, then? From people that, like, think that... Okay. I don't think chat is particularly slow, but, like, if there's a Twitch bug that's preventing people from, like, having their accounts come across as being verified. No, it's just a you thing? Okay. Because I don't want Twitch's moderation settings to, like, screw me over, right? Yeah, well, reloading fixed it, but like maybe other people are just like, I don't know, like, I do not wish to, you know, inadvertently ban all of my chat if I don't want to. This is what makes it like scary. If like the moderation settings are bugged, then you don't want to like, yeah, no, you one guide me. But that's the question, right? If secretly I've like banned most of my audience, then I don't want to be like one guide by you. Also, to be fair, Turi actually one guide me. Yeah, no, I don't know if I've talked about the boat. Wait. I think I talked about boat last time. If you'd like, we really should talk about boat. I don't know if you're... Wait, did you come on last time and talk about boat? My feeble, tiny shrimp brain is not actually, like, memorizing things. Boat? Boat. Are you at work? Are you unable to talk about boat? Oh no. I truly have been one guide. Yeah, unfortunately. Okay. Alright. Alright. Alas! Talk about boat shall be confined to text. That was at Offkai though, so that's not really even about this concert. Yeah, so as you can see, I was like wearing my own clothing. And apparently a mantis shrimp is so weird at a concert that Wired Magazine came across, or somebody identifying himself as from Wired Magazine came up after the concert and put in like basically asked like, hey, can we like interview you for Wired Magazine about this concert that you just went to? And then asked me a bunch of questions about what I thought VTubers were, and I was like, they're digital Muppets. They're basically like, you know, Kermit the Frog, except like, you know, on the internet. And yeah, that was fun. Apparently the LA Times like had an article on VTubers like because of Dodgers night. Which I have not seen yet, but like, yeah. No, it's like it's VTuber summer. Which I was like really worried about, like what would happen right after like a bunch of the major like corpo VTubers like graduate, and then like their audiences get dispersed onto the wind, like so many leaves in the Japanese like spring, right? And I was like, well, actually, this is just pollinating the indie scene to the point where suddenly we can have these like giant indie events that sell an entire theater, and I'm like so incredibly excited about it. It's like, holy shit, like, you know, they're not people who are so like in a weird like, you know, the protective glass bosom of brand safety, right? Such that it's not really like, I mean, not that I'm not brand safe, but like, you know, it's easiest to just like brand safe from within like a very like, you know, small bubble. Except now, there are cool independent artists or whatever, right? That are able to like have cool concerts and sell them out. And yeah, I know, I think it was like, it's really, really cool, right? Because Ashton was like posting afterwards about like how this concert like really let her fulfill her idol dreams. I'm like, I was thinking to myself, man, there are a lot of idols who never see this kind of like, you know, event ever, like in their entire idol careers. And like, this is just like kind of like blasting past the idol dreams, like through the power of like, I don't know, like Western indie V2A. I know. It's like, holy shit, we are experiencing all of these fat W's at a time when it feels like the entire like rest of everything is like kind of like crumbling, right? It was exciting. It was a lot of fun. And now I've done the requisite hour of yap, so. Other things to talk about. I don't know. I didn't describe the concert at all. Okay, so So the two concerts, like the first one was Fantastic Reality. It was on the Thursday. And the second one was Virtual Vacation. Apparently there's a whole bunch of these. Like, it's Oshi Spark, which I was trying to figure out, like, what on earth Oshi Spark is. Right? As far as I can tell... Well, okay, I looked up, it's like LLC registration. It's like, oh, okay, they're doing the anonymous like New Mexico like LLC thing, right? So it's like, okay, they don't want to know, they don't want to be like kind of known. They're not like this is not like, you know, oh, hi, I'm John VTuber and I put on events like, you know, VTuber events. But my vague sense is that it kind of feels a little bit like maybe there's like a kind of like Wikia thing going on. So I guess the context is that like, okay, the Wikimedia Foundation is like a charity that like runs Wikipedia, right? And then like when the random like fan articles like had to go to a different site because like the editorship of Wikipedia like decided that they weren't notable enough. They made a bunch of like they made fan wikis. They made basically a bunch of people who like were like pretty senior at the charity that runs Wikipedia decided to start this like random for-profit like company called Wikia. That was a wiki hosting site for all of the like wikis that got created when all of the Wikipedia articles got spin off, right? And like eventually after years and years and years and like it got sold and there's like, all this kind of like weird acquisition stuff and ended up it's as fandom, and a lot of people don't like fandom, so like, you know, don't take this as like a full like kind of like you know, equivalency, because like, you know, from what like the Oshi Spark concert was excellent, was absolutely excellent. They did a great job. This is I think like their 4th or 5th event or something like that, and they just did absolutely amazing. Like I think they like completely nailed it. They had like they were using like the 3D tech to do all sorts of like really fun bits. Like, you know, they had like you know, Ashen was like literally roller skating around the stage, and like, you know, it was so much fun. Like she was like swinging around like a flag, and they had a whole bunch of like cool MC, and like, you know, it was just like a super fun time. And the first one, which was like put on by like Komaria of V4Mirai and VTuber composer Daryl Barnes, was also like a huge amount of fun, right? It was like more of like a kind of like garage feel. Like, of course, it was like a standing room only, like kind of like big pit type event. It was like a much smaller theater, but like it was a ton of fun. Like they had Iron Mouse's like first like theatrical like orchestra like original song, which like Daryl composed and like had recorded by I think like the Budapest Scoring Strings or something, or like some scoring orchestra like basically recorded this thing. So they had like and then they had like a live band that was like playing like up against like the VTuber songs. It was like so that was a different group, but like yeah, like I think Oshi Spark, like my vibe of them is that they're like kind of that some people who like run Oshi Spark are also like people who like run Offkai, and they just have like this separate hat. But yeah, I think it's that kind of situation, because like when you get good at putting on a VTuber event, right, and Offkai is a VTuber event, then sometimes you want to put on like some for-profit VTuber events. And yeah, Oshi Spark like looks like they're doing really well with it. It looks like a ton of fun. Yeah, I had a ton of fun at that concert, and I'm very glad I went, even though it was like, you know, 5 to 6 hours each way, right? So yeah, no, I think they are, with the budget that they presumably have, I think that they are going toe for toe with like Hololive's concerts in the things that matter about like doing these concerts, right? Like they are not putting like as much money into like the texturing of the like, you know, the set pieces on stage, but like what they're doing, like I think their mocap was like very, very top notch. They were like doing all the things with the mocap. Like I think they were doing like more ambitious stuff with the mocap itself than I even saw like Hololive do at their like big like showstopper like Japan concerts, right? So like I think they're doing excellently. Like yeah, like fewer like massive like 3D like lovingly textured like, you know, enormous set pieces, but enough of them. And yeah, just like great music, like good vibes, like wonderful memes, and it was like a ton of fun. I'm very curious now, like whether there's something going on with the chat though. Hold on. Let me try something. Let me try like I'm gonna do, because Yano ran into an issue earlier. I'm gonna like try changing my, what if I change my like settings for a moment to see like, yeah, normally I wouldn't do this, but I just wanna make sure that that this isn't a thing. Your account's old enough to drive on Twitch, yeah. Yeah, it could be that it is not, maybe their authentication, maybe their verification server is like fucked up. Hold on. If I briefly, can I do this? Okay. No. I'm trying to figure it out. I think it's creator dashboard. Okay. I think it's moderation. Okay. I mean, here. What if we do this? Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Let's see if that changes things. Okay. Does that just change it automatically? I think it does. I didn't do this. Okay. Aight. Okay. Cool. I think we're good. I think we're all good. Okay. We're hitting ads in a couple of minutes. Let's see. I do worry that I haven't done enough of like a chronology of what the weekend was like. But it's really like tough with this kind of stuff where it's like you just like you just kind of go and you meet a bunch of people, and then I'm never quite sure whether, like, which people are, like, incognito or not. And so it's, like, trying to, like, navigate a spy novel. And so you, like, go, like, okay, well, I talked to this person. I don't know if this person was, like, there. But, yeah. No, it's a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I don't really know what to say about it then. It's like, it was just, I would like there to be more events. I'm, like, happy that we can have them. I hope AX is not the only event that's, like, you know, strong enough to really support this kind of thing. But I think there are a number of other big cons, and yeah. No, I think it's all good. Anyway. I think we are going to maybe, like, play some manner of video game. I think it's, like, let's see. What manner of video games do we have available at the current time? I think before then. Well, we do have Expert Minesweeper, I guess. We do have Becoming a Minesweeper stream forever. We can just turn into Minesweeper. We are eternally Minesweeper. This is like, we're just Minesweeper pilled, guys. Like, this is just the only, this is all that exists now. It's just Minesweeper. That's it. Like, only Minesweeper. That's it. Like, only ever Minesweeper. I'm stuck in the Minesweeper mines. Like, you know, you've accursed me forever, and now a Minesweeper is the only thing that exists in this cruel, cruel world. Like, how dare you? So yeah, I guess we're winning it. I guess we're winning at Expert Minesweeper, and just to make it, like, more of a thing, we're gonna do it with no flags. I am yearning for the mines, and now we are yearning for mines, and we're doing it without flags. Like, I'm just clicking, like, seemingly at random, making seemingly no progress, but, like, I can, like, see the Matrix mine code below the mines themselves. And so I know where the invisible, like, you know, mines do and do not appear. Sometimes, like, sometimes it fails because, you know, it's like you get 50-50 guesses. But I will try to announce, by the way, before I'm making a 50-50 guess that will destroy me. But, like, here we go. All right, we are yearning for the mines. You play without flags? The flags do make it easier because you can chord, right? Don't bother marking. I don't know why you said don't bother marking, like, did this. I was thinking, like, it's been an extremely long amount of time since I have done something along the nature of Zhong, right? Okay. Is there some manner of, like, Yakuza special, like, Uma Musume, like, Mahjong special, like, crossover thing, right? Is that a thing? Because I feel like horse betting and, I feel like horse racing and Mahjong seem to, like, occupy, like, mental brain space next to each other as, like, the sort of things that you would, like, spend money on at, like, some sort of, like, sketchy establishment. And so I am very curious now whether there's been some sort of, like, Uma Musume, like, Mahjong Soul or other Mahjong game, like, crossover. It seems like the sort of thing that you would expect. I'm debating now, actually. All right. Hold on. All right, let's pull this. Actually, let me just ask you guys. Should I give in to the haunts? Should I give in to horse game? Should I give up? Should I be like, you may be a gotcha. You may be, like, you know, based in a genre that, like, I'm not super excited about. You might be like, you know, given that I, like, don't ever actually spend any money on gacha games, so I'm stuck into this kind of, like, free-to-play loop that is, like, very draining of my time. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like, mobile gacha games. But on the other hand, cultural juggernaut phenomenon haunts game, it's saturated, but, like, you know, VTubers aren't that big, right? Like yes, it's like the big VTuber thing right now, but I too am VTuber, and like there are things that I can do. Honestly, though, even the sort of weird creative stuff that I might do is like a little bit saturated because it's the shindigs of it all. Like, I might turn you into horse game, but the problem is that he's out here already turning people into horse game. So maybe the trick is to not play horse game, like in any way, like not even as like weird who runs horse game? Side games? You mean? Or like who runs horse game? Or like you mean are we talking about Shindig? So Shindig is a streamer who you may know from like this VTuber does X, right? And Shindigs is doing a bunch of like streams now where it's like, oh hey, I'm running streamers chat against each other and they are horses and they are racing each other. And so like he's doing like fun programmer like, you know, bit version of horse game. And so it's like, okay, well if I want to do horse game, I want to do fun programmer bit version of horse game. And I think like that space has already been pretty well trod. Although maybe it hasn't been. Maybe I'm just like not filling my inner idol, you know, what have you. So maybe I should go for like, you know, the funny haha bit of horse game. By the way, these are a bunch of like horrible like 50/50s. I'm gonna click here. Okay, damn. Okay, that was just a misclick. Ah boy, I revealed a lot of like information on that first click, and that's not so good because it means that like some like it's like karma because like the because there's a fixed number of mines for each field. Like revealing that much on a single click is gonna bite you in the ass later when they're like super concentrated in some like tiny corner and like they just like are awful to you later. So I'm not super thrilled about that. It feels like good, but it's like good in the sense that like eating junk food is like feels good and then like later you just like get completely like slammed by it. Someone playing the horse game is a negative fury, yeah. I feel like looking at the titles of like streams, I don't even know that many of like the VTubers I follow have been playing horse game. Like I see some amount of horse game, but like horse game does not seem substantially worse in terms of like saturation than a number of the other ones, right? Although maybe I'm just like in a weird pocket of non-horse game, or maybe it's just like that there's not that much saturation that causes a game to be saturated, right? Like that even if like a small handful of like people are playing horse game at any given time, that's a lot of a specific game to be played. So yeah, I don't know. Here, I'll move over here. I think that's like reasonable. You played, you're kind of mid on, do you like the show? I could talk about the show of horse game. Your follow list is filled with the prime. Oh, that's interesting. Are you saying that they're doing more primetime horse game than other time horse game? Because that's interesting in and of itself, right? Northern Lion is addicted to horses? Yeah, Northern Lion is addicted to horses. But that's funny because, like, he's kind of the most normie of normie streamers, right? Like, and so, like, normie streamer, like, gets into, like, very strange, like, you know, VTuber / Weeb obsession, right? That's a different kind of thing. I realized that, like, I just turned on, oh my god. Alright, hold on. The Discord noise. The Discord sound, it beckons, it's awful. Hold on. Alright. Cool. Alright. I've redone the streamer mode. Streamer mode, actually, honestly, most important for suppressing all of those, like, digits. I don't even know what it is. It's not people DMing me. It's some sort of, like, weird thing in some random channel that I cannot figure out what it is. And it's, like, it's driving me crazy. Like, I went through I was trying so hard to figure out what the hell was making that noise the other day. But, like, I'm getting some random notification from some random channel, like, out of all of the ones that I'm in, and it's like, I don't know why Discord is deciding to give me notifications for this, and then, like, what's, like, horrible about it is that there's, like, basically, as far as I can tell, like, it's very, like, there's no particular way to figure out what the notification was for, right? You get some random sound effect. Yeah, you thought you had friends. You wouldn't call a specimen like... Well, okay, so Northern Lion is like a normal substitute. He's like the sucralose of normal people, right? He's like... He's a sweetened... Well, not really sweetened, because that is it. Okay. Northern Lion is basically like the simulacrum of what a normal person is. He's what Skynet thinks, like, will fool a human into thinking, like, oh, yes, this is human. Right? Yeah. And that's just Northern Lion. That's, like, that's his deal. I'm a little sad that that person is like, what is this channel exactly? What is this stream exactly? Did not, come back, because I am very curious, like, what does it mean? What is this stream exactly? Like, what was the impression of, like, what should a stream be? What is the platonic ideal of stream? I want to know. I'm curious why this stream was able to inspire such a thing and such a person. What is a stream? Chat, what is a stream? Chat, what is stream? I think normal people would consider recording over 400 episodes of Binding of Isaac. It's a fun game. Clearly, that's what normal people do. Clearly, normal people. If they DC in the woods, does anybody hear them? I do find it very funny, by the way, that apparently Made Mint thought that Northern Lion Librarian was Northern Lion, because that means that I've had lunch with Made Mint's mental simulacrum of Northern Lion. The person erroneously known as Northern Lion. A continuous flow of data from server to client as opposed to batch requests, indeed. A miserable little pile of bit. Oh boy. I can't even engage with, like, a lot of philosophy anymore, because, like, you know, at some point somebody says, what is a man? And then somebody else is like, you know, a miserable little pile of secrets, or my brain goes that, right? It's actually your own brain that snipes you. But it's fun. Like, I in the past, like, week, I've seen that joke. It's the brain rot. It's a damn brain rot. You see memes everywhere. One flag on an incorrect location. Oh, I guess I need to do it, like, way... What are people? Oh, they're animated characters that, like, appear on various, like, sites, like, playing entertainments for the masses, right? They're usually animated by some sort of, like, system of, like, motion capture, like, usually on a large mass market, like, computer, like, you know, telecommunications device that has, like, some LiDAR stuck onto it for some reason. That's what a person is. If you get any other definition of person, know that it's not true. In order to be, like, real, you need to have at least that amount of humanity. That decrease their internal disorder at the expense of increasing the disorder of the universe. Like, and then they fail, and then their disorder increases. Haha, get Get owned, humans! Second law! You're never gonna... Oh, boy. We're doomed. But, you know, while we're doomed, we might as well have some fun, right? God, this is the funnest Doom. Was anyone else ever fascinated by the Final Fantasy, like, status effect Doom, right? You just, like... It's, like, much more of a thing than, like, some death... Like, you know, they can kill you. Like, the opponent can kill you in the game. And then it's like, okay, cool, I'll just use a Phoenix Down. But then they cast Doom on you, and it's like, usually that means that shit has gotten extremely serious, and, like, you're really... and the funny thing is that, like, it's because it's coordinated, right? Because, like, what's scary is not one of your characters dying, it's, like, all of your characters dying in a coordinated way, because that's, like, actually how you lose, right? But also, like, kind of the vibes of Doom, the vibes of the thing named Doom, like, the vibes of that status effect, like, are so powerful, right? Like, I don't know. What's your favorite, like, fantasy game status effect? Like, is there any, like, really, really, really fun one? Like, I know there's, like, reverse controls and various things in, like, various games, but it's, like... Also, like, feels very terrifying when, like, you go against a bunch of status effect enemies. Hello.
You didn't finish the pizza at all.
What?
Okay.
It's slightly... What? Or, what? Eh?
You want it?
It's, like, a little bit spicy. I'm, like, eating it, like, a little bit slower. Okay. But, yeah. Alright. See, Turi is using the newfound, like, I have announced that, I've announced that we exist in the same space privilege. To exist in the same space. And not tiptoe. And to airdrop pizzas. I'm getting assaulted by, and punt. Eh? On the god mode? What's the... Get pizza? Man. The poly exclusion principle? Yeah. Mm-hmm. It can't hurt me, I'm a boson! Actually, I think that's the one that... It does. Like, which one? Yeah, no, sorry. Guys, are you bosons or fermions? Where your character has a spinning pointer and where the arrow's pointing when you move the joystick is the only direction you can go until it ends? That is pretty fun. I feel like Final Fantasy XIV has got to have, like, some sort of, like, ridiculous... I mean, Final Fantasy XIV has, like, so many status effects compared to all these other games. Right? Okay, so I got it right. Yeah, you can't hurt me, I'm a boson. It's like the... It's like the old joke... The old joke about the person in, like, some sort of, like... institution where somebody comes across, like, a person who's like, I am the derivative! I'm the derivative! I am so scary! And then everyone is going around, oh no! I'm terrified! And then, like, and then somebody is like, I'm not afraid of you! And then they're like, what? Why aren't you afraid of this person, the derivative? They're so scary, they're so freaky, and it's like, I ain't afraid of him, I'm E to the X. This is apparently the funniest thing, you know, when you're a mathematician. So this is math jokes. Thanks. We'll be here all day. Clap, 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 clap. This is the height of humor. Please clap. Thermodynamics jokes. I mean, they did name an entire, they did, okay, thermodynamics jokes get an entire VTuber, okay? They literally made a Laplace's Demon VTuber, and in freaking Hololive, so, you know, I don't know. By the way, I misclicked a single flag there, so I need to do this all over again. I completed it, but I misclicked. I didn't do my, like, weird challenge no flag run, and so I'm using this to stall for time. Yeah, Laplace. Have you seen Laplace's lore? Laplace is a demon, right? Like, it's Laplace's demon. That's, and the whole thing is that Laplace will, like, bring an end to the universe, except that Laplace is, like, too, like, constrained to be able to actually do the thing that Laplace, like, basically, like, in the sense that, like, you know, if Laplace's demon was, like, unconstrained, right? Like, if Laplace's demon were actually not bound by the laws of thermodynamics to do things, then Laplace's demon could, like, create an infinite amount of, like, energy and destroy the world with it, right? And then, like, that's, like, why Laplace's... That's why Laplace Darkness is, like, has a bunch of chains, because they're the second... They're, like, the laws of thermodynamics... The laws of the laws of thermodynamics that, like, prevent a... you know, a real Laplace's demon from functioning, right? And so they, like, literally built the lore of, like, the laws of thermodynamics into the character. So yes. Yes, that is Laplace Darkness with, like, 3 S's at the end. Yeah, there you go. So I don't even need to make them. Like, they're being made for me. I'm sorry. The biggest VTubers in the world have already made the thermodynamics joke and made it their entire lore. When will Kari play? I was talking about... You missed the horse game discussion if you just got here. I mean, the real question is, should Kari play horse game? And that was what we were asking about. Would you care to present any arguments for and against horse game? I assume, you know, you are representing the for side of horse game. We had some people, like, represent the against side of horse game. Of Kari horse game in particular, right? Like, okay, so can you, maybe some arguments for horse game are, oh, they really do like each other. Horse cute. That's, this is a potential, like, argument for horse game. Look at cute horse. Look at cute horsewife. Look at Special Week. She needs a trainer right now. Look at Harurara. She is just trying her best. Horns? Yeah, okay, yeah. That is an extremely, like, eloquent and good point. And I'll take it strongly under consideration when considering whether to horse game. I'll throw this to the field. Would any of you like to provide a rebuttal? We have a strong contender with horns. Well, you already made your argument? Yeah. Yes, but timing and you know, when you're making an argument, timing is everything, right? Let's see. Okay. See, the main reason I'm not playing horse game is because, like, I'm stuck in non-horse land because, like, look at this, behold this, Minesweeper. Your argument is pretty solid, yeah. Torrents. Speaking of which, anybody have any game suggestions for tonight? I think it's like a little bit up in the air what I play. I didn't really come into this with a plan. I do have a little bit of a longer term plan for the sort of things that like we're gonna see on this channel moving forward. But you know, I wanna keep my cards a little bit close to the chest on that. Like, I think mostly because I am embarrassed of making promises about things and not having them come to pass. So I want to do a lot of cool projects, but I don't want to like hype something up if I like am not sure whether I can definitely make it. So like I want to do like the fun like kind of strat of like hyping up things that are basically already done, and then like once they're already basically done, then I can hype them up and be like, hey, guess what? I'm gonna do this cool thing soon. It turns out I already did it like, you know, a month ago. So, but the reveal comes later. So that's the sort of thing where I got some things in the planning fire, but I haven't really done them yet. But plans are coming together. Plans that will hopefully be like reasonably exciting. I don't know whether like this is also like hyping up things, right? If I'm vague enough, I think like I can dilute the hype to the point where it's just like, oh yes, Kari has ideas, you know. Here we go. Don't get hyped! Don't get hyped! Don't get hyped! Don't get hyped! Because if you don't get hyped now, you'll get even more hyped when the hype happens. Reserve your enthusiasm! Reserve your enthusiasm! And before I become the, Haru Urara VTubers. That's like the... That is what one does. Oh. I'm gonna shuffle the BGM. I do it myself. Oh. Whatever I do, peeps will be happy. I mean, there are different levels of like doing that can make different people different amounts of happy. I think if I just kind of like basically just vanish off the face of the earth and like don't do much for a long time, like, then I think that'll make people kind of like not terribly happy, or will make people particularly happy. I mean, it might theoretically make people sort of happy, but like it's, yeah. I don't know. It's it is a complex and multifaceted like thing. So, but I'm not certain what's gonna make yeah, I can just try. It is complicated, actually. I think streaming in 2025, like, first of all, it's like such a like a weird ultimate sort of gig economy thing, where it's like this like horde of masses like just trying to all stream and all do something that like makes them stand out, and like it's like the whole like millions of voices crying out thing, right? Like it's like it is so many people trying so incredibly hard to human like at the top of their lungs, and you know, there's something both like awe-inspiring and terrifying about it all. And then the other thing is, like, it doesn't really come with a real manual. There's just, like, a whole bunch of folkwism. Right? Like, the actual act of streaming is, like, so easy in some ways that the sort of, like, it just breeds, like, 10 million superstitions. Which is, like, very... makes it, like, very interesting to read sometimes, like, the Twitch subreddits. Yeah. Because it's, like... you see people just kind of like with all sorts of notions about like what you need to do or what you don't need to do, and like, you know, people come to this from like all sorts of different backgrounds, because like this is like such a weird thing. It's like essentially, like, this is, like, a field that is, like, idolized by, like, hordes of children, right? Like, so many, like, children basically look at this and it's like, this is what I want to do with my life. And then it's like, but it's not actually something where there's a lot of, like, social, like, there's not really a place where someone goes to, like, I know, there's no actual streamer university, right? Like, for a profession, I think, like, basically every other profession, has some sort of, like, educational path associated with it, right? Where it's like, you know, if you have any of the other, like, things that, you know, frequently, like, children who are polled want to do with their lives, like, they can go to school for that thing, and maybe that schooling degree will be, like, very competitive, like, you know, like, medical doctor or whatever. But, I mean, they're sort of applicable. But it's like, you know, maybe a business degree is applicable. Maybe it's like, you know, I don't know that there's, like, a, like, and, like, what you actually do with the stream, of course, is, like, important, right? And then, like, I think, like, part of the thing is that there's not really a barrier to entry. It's like, I don't know, there's even acting schools, right? It's like, acting is a thing that, like, is again, like, something that people, like, idolize a lot. And it's like, well, you know, people go to acting schools, and then there's this kind of weird, like, fame grinder thing, right? That, like, juice people up, and then sometimes they go in without actually having, it's complicated, but, like, at least that's, like, a little bit more of, like, there's a little bit more of a kind of, like, established path there. But that's because there's, like, more gatekeepers, right? And now we've got a thing where it's like, the gatekeepers are all these sort of weird amorphous algorithms, and we haven't, like, adapted our society to be like, okay, well, this is, like, we're going to school for how to not like, and I guess part of it is that, like, things just are feel like they're moving too quickly. And at the same time, like, a lot of the people who are, like, actually doing this, like, properly have been doing it for, like, years and years and years and years. You can learn from me or Mr. Beast. That is, like, a very interesting dichotomy of, like, potential, you know. It's like, you may go to learn from, you know, the random mantis shrimp, or from the largest YouTuber, like, of all time. Yeah. People idolize professions that have the least alienated labor because of how pervasive and soul-crushing alienation is. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But in some ways, like, this is alienating, but it's, like, also, like, humanity affirming, right? Like, I know. That's why, like, Neuro is fascinating, because, like, Neuro is, like, a sort of AI quote-unquote replacement of a streamer, except that the actual streamer feels like Vettel. Except I'm sure that there's, like, some members of the audience who, like, do actually, like, just care about the streamer replacement, like, care about the streamer qua streamer. I don't know. It's, like, it's so complicated. I say things are complicated a lot. I should probably use that word less. I should also probably slow down. Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Your own human behavior is the product, right? Actually, this is the very funny thing, of course, like, talking about VTubers in specific, right? Like, the whole thing whenever they go into the shareholder meetings and they're like, well, why can't you just replace the VTubers when they graduate? And it's like, well, you can't. Because you, shareholder, fundamentally misunderstand the actual product. But yes. No, it's like, you're being human. You're not being a widget, even an extremely highly paid and compensated widget. You're just being you. But at the same time, like, that does mean that you is under judgment at all times. And, like, because these media, like, put so many, like, weird metrics in front of you in order to judge your worth and judge your comparative worth and, like, put you in a hierarchy and, like, make you, like, feel better or worse about yourself and like try to like do like achievements. Like, you know, it's like they try to like bring back some sort of force of like, you know, this control over you again, right? And so we are basically like fighting against the biggest like companies in the world trying to alienate us back, right? Like we are doing something that is like an expression of our deep and abiding humanity, right? And yet like we are constantly fighting against this sort of like very 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 fine-tuned like machine that is trying to eat us, and is like so incredibly direct compared to like, you know, in a lot of like typical professions is like the layers between like the machine that is trying to like devour you and the direct kind of like systems that you deal with is like a lot further, right? Like you just deal with a boss who is another human, like kind of fighting or under the like existing under the same sort of like system that you are. So like you're not bothered by it in the same way. Like you can just like commiserate with them. You can feel like you're in solidarity with them against like the giant machine that is trying to crush you. But here, it's just you, some other like, you know, there's chat, like, and then there's the weird machine trying to crush you, and then you're kind of like a lot more naked against it, right? So I know it's a different experience, I think. But I feel like it's an experience that I recommend to most people, right? Like, it's an experience that I think our flesh bodies should at least, like, have at some point. God, Iron Mouse was such a genius when she came up with the term flesh tuber. Right? Yep, yeah, the train beckons. I'm gonna make a 50-50. Yep. I'm in front of the oncoming train. And that's the thing. It's like the amount of like sweat, blood, and tears that people put into something like streaming compared to like how much money like exists in it is so like, I don't know, it's like the fact that like people can have like enormous like, you know, channels and that like provide hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of entertainment, and then like the end, the take home is like substantially less than like a sort of minimum wage service job, right? It's like, and the person who's doing a minimum wage service job is bringing a lot of value to people, but what has happened is that the platforms have kind of like, you know, I don't know. I'm not even saying that like the platform is like the villain here exactly, right? I mean, they kind of are, but like also like there's enough of this kind of weird search cost thing and like a weird sort of like, you know, there are all these like factors that mean that like they can't really capture any of the value that is being created. And then there's this even like more fundamental question is like, okay, well, is like, what is the value of a streamer, right? Like, and it's like there is a tendency to be very like people can get very upset like if you sort of like give any sort of like inkling of entitlement as a streamer, right? In a way that like, you know, a similar level of like, you know, prowess in some other profession, right? Like if somebody is like, oh, well, you know, they don't pay me enough, like at my, you know, X job, right? Like people will be like, yes. Like, yeah, get that bag. And I don't think that's the case for streamers. Basically because of the unalienated labor thing, right? It's like the encouragement to get that bag is just like a symptom of like, okay, hey, your labor is alienated, and so like it's just like we want to like take as much money from, you know, the customer as possible, right? The real attention should be aimed at the platform. Like, that's the thing, though. It's like the platforms aren't making money either, right? Like, I don't know whether the answer is just, like, more barriers to entry, right? Like, that's a very, very weird thing to come up with for this, right? Yeah. Yeah, the platforms are not making money. And so, I don't know. What VTubing has done is it's sort of invented its own, like, barriers to entry at home in the form of, like, these, like, I don't know, like, there's all sorts of, like, weird ways in which, like, various people get a boost, but it's, like, primarily, like, certain, like, corporate, like, casting departments basically get given a huge amount of, like, benefit of the doubt, right? Someone is the CDNs. I mean, you can have a lot of, okay, you can have a lot of people, like, put in a whole bunch of labor to do something and, like, have that labor be basically wasted, right? Like, if somebody, like, makes money on, you know, hard work that goes ultimately to squandered ends, that it is possible for people to technically be making money, but for people to not really be making money in the sense of, like, oh, they're, like, cackling over their, like, you know, giant pile of unearned gold, right? They lowered the barrier to entry recently where it's easier to stream and get paid. I don't know whether it's, like, lowering the barrier to entry, because I think the amount of payment that, like, most people would be getting from, like, the policy change is so minuscule that it doesn't actually, like, matter in a sort of, like, cosmic sense to people. But it is a sort of, like, weird, like, way to get more people to, like, feel like starting streaming on the platform, which is, like, very mystifying to me, because I don't know that that's necessarily, like, I don't know that sort of, like, their implicit advertisement of, like, Twitch is a place where you can make money is, like, necessarily going to help, like, them with their woes, because I don't think, like, people making small amounts of money off of the site, like, actually, like, helps the platform, right? Like, I don't know. Like, okay, so let's say affiliates were not able to make money, like, at all. Like, let's say there was no, let's say you needed to be, like, you know, a Twitch partner to make any money off the platform at all. And let's say, for the sake of argument, they, like, kind of, like, moved the sub stuff, like, off from, like, you know, let's say, like, they still, like, gave, like, affiliates some of the same, like, kind of stuff, like, you know, like, yeah, like, emotes and that kind of thing. I don't know that would necessarily make the platform a lot worse. Yeah. VTubing is the residual, yeah. I mean, I do worry about some of the places it's going. I don't think it is merely that. I do think a lot about that side of Twitch, right? Like, it forced a lot more people to partner push. Well, I mean, I guess the question is, like, if you get to partner, right? Like, partners, it's like O of partner where you're starting to, like, potentially make minimum wage, right? Like, sorry, I say O of, that's, like, computer science jargon for, like, the relative size of something, essentially. Like, that's a, so, sorry, if I say O of, that means, like, roughly the size of, right? Amazon expects their big streamers to promote policies all around the rest of their empire to make more money. Omega event, yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know that, like, Amazon expects their big streamers to, like, promote... I mean, honestly, like, the historical, like, kind of... Like, now, this may have changed in the last, like, year or something like that, but, like, I think, like, the historical, like, arc of, like, content moderation seems to indicate that, like... That's not generally exactly the case, but, like... You know, maybe in some sort of, like, more sort of, like, holistic sense. Certainly it doesn't seem to, like... I mean, okay. I feel like you have to divide it into, like, all of the shit that's been happening, like, super recently and then before. Twitch loses money. Yeah, okay, so one possibility, right, is that it's for the peering agreements, right? That it's for, it's basically so they keep it around, because the agreements that allow AWS to use, like, peering hotel, like, that allows Amazon to, like, transfer all of, like, Twitch's very favorable, like, you know, web traffic, like, peering agreements are sort of rely on Twitch sort of existing in something resembling its current form. I don't know whether that's true, but, like, that's a possibility that, like, might mean that they keep it around. The other thing might be is, like, it's a speculative play to keep up with the Joneses, and they're like, looking at YouTube and being like, well, YouTube could theoretically make YouTube streaming work. And so we can't just allow Google to just win in this space, especially when we sort of have the winner. Hello, Madra Mimi. Hello. I'm getting into sort of, like, weird, like, you know, stuff about the nature of the platform of Twitch and, like, you know, why we're sort of having an extremely meta discussion. Hello, I'm Kari. I'm a mantis shrimp. I just went to a bunch of, like, concerts at AX, like, around AX this weekend. Hello, how are you doing? Hello, guys. Hi. Raid. Greetings, everybody. Please pull up, make yourself at home. Ignore the glowing shrimp in the corner. Yo. What? Hope I enjoyed AX. I did not go to AX proper, but I very, very, very much enjoyed the concerts, like, that happened on the same weekend at AX in the same place. Yes. We're the foot of the monster debating how it plans to crush us. Yes, but, yeah, I went to, Fantastic Reality and, what's the other one? Virtual Vacation. And I saw a bunch of YouTubers, like, perform. And, they were so cool. And they did a really, really cool job of it. And also I got, like, Pia, saw me from the balcony. It was like, tee-hee. I was there cheering with my light sticks. Probably, possibly for Iron Mouse at this point, although I don't know exactly who it was. But yeah, look, guys, it's me at the concert. No, Pia, like, basically, we did not coordinate it at all. Like, before this, like, I literally just showed up at the concert, and then a bunch of people were like, "Oh shit, it's Kari." And then, like, I had not actually talked to P at all, like, before this, like, you know, to say, like, oh, hey, I'm gonna be at this concert, or I'm gonna be here in this, like, city at all, except that I, like, you know, just attended the concert, and then, like, Pia was, like, looking down, I was like, is that Kari? Shit, that's Kari, and then, like, took a photo and sent it to me. Because, look, it's me, like, obviously. Like, this is obviously me. Like, you can see it's me. Obviously. Waving my light sticks. Anyway, yeah. No, we're talking about Twitch. And, like, oh my god. Oh, did I? Okay, no, I still have my Minesweeper. I am playing Minesweeper. I play a lot of Minesweeper. I sweep the mines. I might switch to a different game later tonight, but, like, for now, I am sweeping the mines. And, yeah. Yeesh. I'm basically talking about, weird hypothetical. Let's say only partners could make money on Twitch. Would that be better or worse? I guess that used to be the case, right? I'm trying to figure out, like, not as a, like, pulling up the ladder. I mean, it's my ladder, I guess. Like, I feel like I can talk about this as long as, like, I'm on the ladder that would be pulled up. I think it is reasonable for me to talk about it. But, like, I wonder, well, I guess I'm not really on the ladder, right? Because, like, it's complicated. Everything's complicated. Yeah, I think, like, for most people, it costs money to Twitch for them to stream on Twitch, yes. Hello, Moosin. Good morning. Shit. I'm pretty sure I had only guesses at that point, but... What's a marginal cost? I think, like, the marginal cost of somebody streaming on Twitch is, like, per estimates from, like, what it costs to hire Amazon to do your own Twitch, is, like, something on the order of, like, $5 a stream. Which I think adds up to a lot. But I have not done the numbers on, like, how much do, like, people tend to... So I guess that's, like, the thing, right? If there are, on average, like, 2 subs, I guess, that get bought in a stream, then Twitch probably makes money, like, you know, ignoring ads, right? Yeah. Unless you're grinding very hard, streaming a lot, and have max ad set, you don't get paid a whole lot. Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is, like, most people only really get something around, like, minimum wage from Twitch, like, around the time that they get partner anyway, right? So, if you, like, theoretically, like, enforce this as, like, oh, you have to pay your, you know, the streamer's minimum wage, then, like, okay, so let's say there are some other kind of, well, actually, like, you wouldn't even need to change anything, but let's say, like, the payout threshold was basically, like, and this would be, like, super, like, divisive, and they would never actually, like, do it this way, but, like, let's say, like, Twitch keeps all your money until you become partner. And then dumps it all on you, right? Like, so you can earn money, but you don't actually, like, see the money in your inbox until, like, the day you become partner. And then if you never become partner, and, like, let's say they make partner, like, completely mechanical. Like, it's like, okay, well, you know, as long as, like, you have, like, a real, like, kind of whatever, average, whatever, like, yeah. Depends on quality and amount, yeah. No, I think so. Like, in terms of, like, how willing they are to monetize and, like, what you actually do, and, yeah. I mean, and that's, like, what they do is, like, they gate partner currently on effectively number of viewers, right? Like, the real, like, like, gateway for partner is viewer count. I would be shocked if, like, anybody, like, has difficulty with any other criterion, right? What part of the cost are you streaming? What part is cost of being watched? It is about half the cost of streaming and half the part of being watched, right? So, like, my understanding is, like, I think the cost of serving a stream, at least, like, going by the numbers of, like, that Amazon itself publishes for if you want to, like, buy their, like, make a Twitch service, the cost of somebody's streaming is, I think, about the cost of about 50 people watching them. And it works out to, like, something like $5 over the course of a stream. In each case, I think. So it might be $10 for, like, a 50-person stream. Yeah. I've looked into these numbers before on stream before, but my vague recollection was that the cost of being watched is that it's like about 50 times as expensive for somebody to stream and to make the stream available at all as to serve it to a single individual who's watching them. Yeah. And maybe that changes with like different encoding stuff. Like maybe they like, you know, if you have to buy transcoding. I think if you buy transcoding for them, like it ends up being like a 1.5 times as expensive, that kind of thing, right? And if they do it on their own computer, then like that. So I think like they might have saved like something like, you know, 20% by doing like whatever their enhanced broadcasting pilot thing, and then they can like serve more, because the actual bandwidth itself is not that much of the equation. I think a lot of it is the compute, like just processing the stream. Even like a tiny bit of it is like the chat as well. So yeah, it's complicated. I don't know how. I think the other thing is that like people kind of expect free, right? There's an alternate universe in which like people pay to stream. And I don't know that Twitch ever really becomes a thing in that universe, because like there's just like this constant sense that you're going to discover some sort of like weird like diamond in the rough person that like you know, would not have streamed if they had to pay for it, but like now that they are streaming, like they're actually like they have this like kind of cool scintillating personality that causes everybody to fall in love with them, and then like you get a whole bunch of money from like being the person that hosts them, right? Like I don't know, it's let's see, I think these 4, right, are, yeah, there we go. Well, the cost of you streaming is whatever you pay for internet. And like the marginal wear of the computer, and I mean like a lot of people I think don't do. Twitch is basically subsidizing like talent development, yeah. And the question is like whether I've seen the take, and maybe I've like held the take that, for example, like streaming from the like there are some barriers to entry that you can lower that subsidize talent development, and then there's some barriers to entry that like flood the zone with like low effort streams. Like, you know, I think some people think like, oh yeah, it was a mistake for Twitch to like offer console streaming, right? Because it like reduced the barrier so much to entry that like, you know, the people who like got into the habit of streaming by like turning on their console like weren't really trying to like do the like, because there's like, I don't know, there's the act of like streaming onto Twitch, and then there's like doing the streamer thing, right? For better or for worse. And you know what I mean? Like where you like try to, you know, be a streamer and like do the streamer culture thing, versus like, you know, oh, hey, you're just like using this to like, because you think it's like cool or whatever, and you're not actually trying to like stream, right? Like you're not really streaming, you're just like turning on your console and you're pushing this other button, and then like kind of sitting around there like eating bandwidth and not saying anything, and just kind of like sitting around there and like not just, all right. I don't know why YouTube doesn't like have the same thing happen, right? Because YouTube also has free streaming. Like, what are these YouTube? Okay, I'm so curious now. It's like, what are YouTube streams? I think like YouTube created streaming, and then like the main people like making money out of YouTube streams end up being like conservative podcasters, like mega churches, and VTubers, which is kind of interesting, right? It's not even if games around a console are big and that there'd be less people streaming the category. It's that like a lot of the console streams are like low effort and by people who like don't really intend to... Oh, shit. Well, that was a misclick on the very final one. Anyway. They've changed its monetization rules. See, that's actually the thing, right? So YouTube actually is a lot closer to this. In the sense that, like, so YouTube partner is not as hard to get as Twitch partner. But if you're trying to do it through streaming alone, right? Like, it's still closer to... Well, actually, that's an interesting thing, right? Okay, what if affiliate were harder to get? What if it wasn't, like, partner, but, like, what if affiliate were, like, substantially harder to get? Like, in the sense that, like, you needed, like, maybe, like, half the requirement of partner, right? Like, because there's a certain point at which, like... Yeah, YouTube is still primarily a video platform, yeah. Like, it is fascinating to me that, like, the people who ended up, like, making the super chat feature a thing were VTubers, right? When, like, why them and not a whole bunch of the other streamers, like, that have existed? Like, streamers have existed for a long time, and yet, like, is it just, like, what was popular in streaming when YouTube became a thing? Because I don't know. I feel like there have been notably more VTubers that have made it on YouTube than other places, right? It's not even really platform split anymore, because, like, the platform split is, like, for anyone sufficiently of that... For anyone of over a certain size, like, the splits now are the same, right? Like, so what, like, Twitch has done has made it so that the platform split is the same between Twitch and YouTube. For, like, sufficiently large people. VTubing leads more heavily into parasociality. Super chats give them bigger dopamines. Well, yeah, and, like, the way that you can kind of put it is that maybe, like, VTubers are just, like, directly selling their attention. Like, if we're talking about, like, there's an attention economy, then, like, what is, like, the most, like, what is the biggest example of that? Then, like, oh, this person is reading my super chat because I paid $5 for them to, like, pay attention to me, right? Like, this is a person who has decided, who has done a thing that has caused their attention to be at an extremely high premium. And so, like, you know, they are selling their attention for money on the internet. Which is, like, not the normal way you think of somebody as, like, directly selling their attention, right? Like, but it's like, if we've got an attention economy, and some group of people has figured out, like, how to value their attention at, like, much higher than the sort of, like, nominal, like, usually, like, when a company pays for your attention, they don't pay that much for it. But this is a piece of attention that is valuable not because, like, oh, you're gonna go off and you're gonna buy something with that attention, right? Like, you know, you normally, like, the ad, like, attention stuff, right? It's like, oh, okay, well, you know, they're gonna whip out their wallet and buy something. Like, the VTuber is not gonna whip out their wallet and purchase something because you advertise something to them using a super chat, right? Like, you're not actually, like, you know, advertising things for something, right? Like, you're literally just, like, you want to purchase their attention, right? You have bits messages? Yeah, but people don't use bits messages, like, really. Not particularly, right? Like, it's not a thing in the same way. Which I guess is what you're saying, right? Oh, we're an ad. Hold on. What's words on stream? Ugh. What? Ads. Get cursed. With words. Get words. Get bodied. Bony? I think I see bony, right? Does that not even count? Beyond. Okay, yeah. Bone? Bone. There you go. Get boned. Longest barrier to get packed with stream for 7 days things. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's some people who, like, sail past all of, like, the numbers, right? It's not, like, you know, Sonagi, like, started at above partner numbers. It helps to weed people less dedicated. It also impacts people that plain can't catch a break. They need to get over that hurdle. It may cause a lot of people distress. Well, I guess the question is like, is giving people, like, a small number of... Oh, it has to be at least 4 letters. That's fine. Oh, this is a spicy pizza. Anyway, we died. I think we're dead. Done? Yeah. We're done. We're done! You're all done! You're gone. Done and gone. Alright. Oh. Wow. What? I still have this. If the bar for monetization being increased is a terrible idea because it weeds out people less dedicated. It impacts people that can't play. So, the question is like, is it, like, better to, like, string people along with, like, like, if somebody's... Is it a form of stringing somebody along to, like, kind of give them a bunch of, like, really tiny payments that, like, don't, amount to anything? Like, to encourage them to keep throwing, like, huge amounts of effort into something? I don't know. Like, I think the platform itself... Like, I think it is distressing itself for them to not be able to clear that hurdle just from, like, purely psychological reasons. And I don't know that, like, necessarily, like, giving, like, small payouts or whatever is, like, going to make that better. I don't know. It's, like, complicated. I should stop saying that. I gotta stop saying that. Also, this has basically been 2 hours of yap. I think we can game. I mean, I'm basically gaming already, but, like... And they can bring a ton of followers, viewers with the channel. I think they can make partner faster now. And people with, like, other platforms, like, there is an alternate way to, like, apply for and receive partner that, like, does not involve, like, going through the normal channels, but it involves, like, being like, hey, I have large following on other site. Please give me special consideration. And that's in the, that's in the settings, right? You can actually do that. But... yeah, so, like, I think the, like, the VShojo people and the Hololive people, like, they can get an account that is partnered at the point when they actually start using it. So that exists. But for those people, like, also it's not going to be a problem for them to, like, get the regular partnership viewership numbers, right? Yeah. Yeah. So that exists, right? That's a thing. Like, that is 100% a thing already. Yeah. I mean, the real question is, like... to some degree, right? Twitch is selling, like, a very, very large number of its streamers of fantasy, right? And some people, like, don't care, right? It's not, that's not the fantasy that they're like, that's not the reason they're streaming. They're streaming because, like, they have fun doing it, and, like, ultimately they, like, you know, don't, you know, they just, like, have fun doing it. They just, like, vibe. Like, they're not necessarily doing this because they think that they will, like, even, like, kind of, they're just doing it, like, purely as a hobby. And then if it takes off, it takes off, and that's good. But I think, like, what's going on is that the site is, like, encouraging a lot of, like, kind of, well, not even the site, but, like, the culture, like, everything around it is, like, just encouraging this sort of, like, weird, like, American dream, pull yourself up by the bootstraps sort of, like, fantasy of, like, oh, yeah, no, I can totally become the biggest streamer in the world, like, you know, and it's just, like, easy, bro, right? And I don't know, like, I don't know that that's even, like, necessarily helpful for Twitch. Maybe it is. Maybe it's, like, it's only those sorts of people who can actually, like, make it as streamers, like, the people who get sold that fantasy. So it's, like, you have to sell the fantasy to a whole bunch of people who are not going to end up making you any money anyway, so, like, that you can sell it to the very few people who will. And otherwise, you just don't have a site. I don't know. Maybe it's, like, you know, maybe we're all, like, advertising for Kaisen out or something. I don't know. It's complicated. Ah! I said it again! This is gonna become my new tick. Is saying something is complicated. Because it doesn't help to say it's complicated, I don't think. Meanwhile, I just want my cool VTubers to be a thing that people can do and, like, you know, have fun doing it and not have to worry about supporting themselves, right? If it's accounting games, it could be accounting games. But certainly, like, even if Twitch itself is not losing money, certainly there are subsets within Twitch that are definitely losing money. And there are ways that Twitch could be making more money, right? Hmm. Hmm? Yeah, exactly. I mean, oh yeah, the $5 estimate is, we kind of know what an arm's length, transaction would charge, right? Because you can, what I'm saying, when I say $5 a stream, right? I'm talking about arm's length transactions, right? Because you can actually create a Twitch. You can, like, Amazon sells you a Twitch in a box service, like a Twitch as a service thing that you can, like, pay for, and you can, like, set up your own Twitch using the Twitch technology called IVS, Interactive Video Services, right? And so, you know, you can go by those numbers, or you can go by, like, a cheaper number, like, that factors in, like, Twitch's, like, proximity, so it's, like, it doesn't, like, have this sort of, like, you know, Amazon markup. And, you know, maybe Twitch is even overpaying for that, but I suspect not. Maybe. It could be. I guess the presence of IVS probably makes it, like, harder to do accounting shenanigans to make it, like, seem like it's losing money, but like, I would expect that they would give, like, Twitch a discount on itself. But even so, it looks like it's, like, would be losing money, I think, given the going rates of IVS. So like, it's their ad targeting game that I think sucks, right? And then you, like, have the entire situation with esports, which seems even more dire. And I, like, really wonder about, like, It's become very, very complicated to me. Like, why do I keep saying the word complicated tonight? It's just like I got one neuron, and it just is stuck on the word complicated, and it just like is trying to like worm its way into every single like other sentence that I'm saying, right? Like it's just, yeah. It is true, but I don't need to keep dropping the word over and over again. So how did previous entertainment media do this? Is it just that they grabbed a whole bunch of monopolies and the web makes it hard to do monopolies because everybody can like communicate to each other instantly? Right, like feature films ended up making some money, and now they've made a little bit less money because like they don't really have the same monopolies that they did because of distribution and information technology, right? But used to be what the eggs say to boiling water. That is a okay, I see. That is definitely yes. Okay. Ad revenue and access charging, yeah. I think we had a bunch of weird gatekeeping before. Thanks for the follow. We had a bunch of gatekeeping before. We had much shittier metrics. And so it was easier for people to sort of like hand wave stuff and like not like get their pet projects funded based on like these sort of like human charisma things and basically like sort of scam each other into creating the movie industry, for example, right? Like I think, you know, a lot of like sports stadiums are like really a thing because they managed to sort of like build enough of a culture around it that they convince like a bunch of local governments to like charge the taxpayers to like massively subsidize these stadiums, and like they're like, okay, well, you know, this is clearly a thing that you're into, football, right? And it's like, you know, if you're just trying to like do football from scratch, like you just wouldn't be able to do it. It would be impossible. But the fact that like it has enough of a tenure to like develop a constituency to be like, you know, oh yeah, I can just demand this and people will like say yes for weird cultural reasons that are not fundamentally economic in nature. That is like burrowed into their skull as a meme that like, you know, you need to have like sweaty people in like giant suits of armor like throw you know, rubber balls at each other, right? That like, you know, you can basically have them tax a bunch of local people to be like, hey, you know, we gotta build a stadium, say. And so then they just like survive on this like massive subsidy just like from the fact that like literally like the people's parent, like the people in the town, they and their parents and their parents' parents have like passed down this notion from like, you know, parent to child that like you have to be having these like armored people like hitting each other and throwing balls at each other. So, and I guess same with movies, right? So I don't know. Maybe the answer is like in 50 years, he's like, and I watched like the second generation of Hololive just like Pappy before me. Like, you know, I assume. Maybe what causes like this stuff to like, you know, get arts foundations and for people to get paid to do it is just for it to like get enough like cultural like momentum that it just doesn't, that it sustains itself through like brainwashing the next generation, and then you just don't need to like, you don't need to do any of the sort of like just organic, extremely like hard like hearts and minds stuff that you need to like convince somebody to like enjoy a new thing, right? I know. Like maybe this is happening with anime. As like there's a generation of like kids now that they just grew up with anime, and so the, yeah. Any technology past them, yeah. No, it's funny, like I mean, I don't think indie technology has passed them when it comes to concerts per se, although sort of, right? But like, I think they've correctly identified what matters, and it's not really the technology per se, right? Like, I don't think that like Hololive having way more expressive models like would necessarily like give them a lot more money, because like they don't really get the money by like having super expressive models. They get the model by like turning like turning everybody into a marketable plushie, right? It's like they have become this character licensing business, and they have figured out ways to like create some of the most marketable characters, and then they have like enough connections within the character marketing and licensing departments like of things to be able to like be like, hey, we can do this. And then like the streams are just this kind of like very like weird peripheral side thing that is like, in some ways theoretically it's the point of everything, except that like also it's like really like a marketing sideshow to where the actual money's being made. And then like, I know it's complicated. Maybe I said it again. Yeah, the model and even maybe the VTuber themselves is the bait to like expose the juicy underlying like marketing underbelly of like the entire like because like if you buy a plushie of a VTuber, right, you're not really in any way like interacting like in a direct way with that VTuber or their streams, right? And so you basically get this like person who is appointed to the position. Like they basically have these people who they think would be very good at like and they offer them this like choice where they can sell their attention for an extremely like large amount of money. But in exchange for that, like their sort of like meme space gets like transferred into the bodies of all of their merchandise, right? Yeah. I don't know what, like, let's say you had some competitor to Hololive, and the main competitor, like the main competition with them is that the models that they gave their talents were like just the absolute like super pinnacle of rigging, like, period. And maybe the answer is that this is like the K-pop group Plave. I'm not sure. It's possible. Maybe the answer is that you don't need to do the good rigging if like you're in anime space, but like if you're in any other sort of space, like people don't have like maybe what Hololive did is they trained people into having low standards. That the moat of being Hololive just means that like people don't like people can be so within Hololive that they don't like need better out of it. I don't know. Sometimes the monopoly stops like the technology from advancing because like, people only like spend on the things that they care about. You got a Corona hand puppet plushie at round 1 a few weeks. Nice. I should go to round 1 more. There's a round 1 really close to me. Although what I don't think that there is in like any of the round 1s near me is like the weird like Spocha, like the sports challenge one, like they have like essentially trampoline parks. Why some of their talents have left because like the character that you look into, like the face that you stare into in a mirror every time you stream, like is not good enough. I think so. I think they might see a lot of their kind of like indie friends and like redebuted friends, and like they look at them getting like really expressive models and feeling like they can do anything, and like I don't know. I do know that. Well, I would bet dollars to donuts that like 100% seeing the sort of like wave of indie successes is like a massive like enticement to like be one of them and like graduate, right? Like I think like without us seeing like that, oh shit, like indies can just do all of the things that like big corporate VTubers can do, in like often they do better at it. It's just like, there is life after, a place like Hololive. I think that is like been a enormous like motivator of like for a lot of people who like graduate. So yeah. Yeah. Mhm. The leaning trend, yeah. Yeah, imagine leaning. Wow. Oh wait. Okay, hold on. I'm need to sit up for that. Mm. Imagine leaning. I did the thing. See, look, I can lean for my hips. See, it's like what I'm doing is not even like it's not even like lean as like a like it's not even trend lean. This is just like oh, I can just do that lean, right? It's like it's not like the super exaggerated lean where it's like a little small amount of like lean. Decent friend. Yeah. No, I think Doki just like so incredibly massively changed the situation, right? Possibly in Japan too, right? Marketable Kari plushie. That is like there is a Kari plushie. It is not marketable right now. Um honestly maybe I should like I don't know whether I do not know whether it is currently the right time to like try one of those makeshift things because it's not the sort of thing I would want to do if it would fail, right? And I've not done very many like kind of I've done very few like money things on this channel, I guess, like for lack of a better word. I haven't done any like a-thons. Being like, hey, you guys like 3D Light Watch? Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, like the Hololive Studio is like capable of doing some of those things. It's just they haven't really. Yeah, they require a larger minimum order than most merch, and so the fact that I've done no like merch, basically of any kind, like I don't know that like riff runners counts, right? But like I've done no sort of like merch runs myself, so I'd want to do some merch runs of some other sort of thing just to see like how much like demand there is in the community first, and then I would like be interested maybe in doing an order. I thought that was like a that would oh no okay I misread that situation. So they have very expensive mocap studios. The indies have access to mocap studios with good but like slightly outdated mocap tech from what I understand, right? Like it is like the sort of slightly older generations of the optical mocap that like the studios in like the Hololive, for example, has like access to the absolute like latest and greatest stuff of, right? Posted a table of merch difficulty, yeah. Is it from Ina Nakamu? Because like Ina Nakamu of Kawa like has a very very nice like whole ass video on this stuff, right? Hold on. Where's this Discord thing? Oh, it's from Xandra. Okay, all right. Yep. Custom bags, apparel, manufactured apparel, yeah. Mm-hmm. Screen print apparel is intermediate, yeah. Mm-hmm. Stickers, lanyards, art print, yeah. Acrylic. The acrylic standee thing is like kind of it's kind of one of the more like substantial like in sort of like it's more like of a thing, but it's like the minimum amount of thing that could be a thing basically, right? As long as finances lined up, yeah. You can't sleep? Well, good morning. Welcome to sleep. Just as like a overview, like for the people here, like how close is this to being like a Is this like very late in your day? Are you like staying up to watch this? Is this like are you on a night shift? Are you what's the deal? Are you on the West Coast? Are you like wouldn't mind the acrylic standee, but it's like it's 6 a.m. It's 6 a.m. Is this normally a time that you're awake? Like is that's the main thing? I'm trying to find out regular stream times. I think for people who are it's not normally a time that you're awake. Okay. I mean, this is not a decent East Coast time, I think, like for most people. You get up 4 a.m. and usually start stream at 2 a.m. Well, then I'm still streaming when you get up, right? Okay. I want to be super, super, super tentative about this, right? Because I don't want to, like, make a lot of promises. I am planning on starting stream in general, if possible, a little bit earlier. So, like, streams would normally... Streams would, like, start... I don't know, like, it's very hard to, like, pull people, because, like, whoever's here is here, right? And so they're able to be here. Hi, Green Clonk. But, like, one thing that I might do is, like, start streams at, like, midnight Eastern, I think. That's, like, a thought. Not necessarily every day, but, like, you know, when it's, like, just as a sort of vague default time. And then, like, once I actually get, like... Once I've been doing this a little bit more, I think I'd like to switch to, like... Just, like, doing this, like... You know... On a sort of more... set schedule, right? I've been very hesitant to, like, commit to schedules before I actually know that I can actually do them. So. Oh. Next! That's also a thing that's changing. Soon, those things will be much more accurate in terms of, like, what part of my body that I actually get, like, thrown at. Hi, Dennis! Bye, Dennis! Oh, man. Dennis was also there when I was getting interviewed by Wired magazine about the concert. If you were suddenly stopped and interviewed by Wired magazine, yeah, like about almost 6 hours ago, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 9 Pacific. In general, would you guys prefer that I start stream later, earlier, or like kind of like 12 hours, like inverted from when I do? I don't know if they published that yet. I've been looking. I don't think they have. I just know it happened, so, you know. Hold on. Let me look. I'm gonna look up Wired magazine. It's probably gonna take a little bit of time for them to put it out. I don't think it's gonna be like, okay, so everything Samsung announces, Samsung Galaxy Unpacked event. Oh, that was today. That's, like, more along their kind of stuff. So I don't know whether this would have gotten, like, published immediately. Because, like, there's a lot of other stuff going on. Like the cancel rule. Culture. Last of Us. Hold on. It's probably in their culture section, I assume. But I don't think that it is... It would be in the digital culture stuff, but, like, I don't think it's, like, there yet. Books and music, maybe? Let's see. I don't expect that it would be published. Yes. No, I'm getting a biased answer. Yes, and obviously the people who are here right now are the people who are here right now. So. That was cracked, not wired. Look, I'm not gonna, like... I'm not gonna have, like, somebody, like, trying to cover, like... like, VTubers as a thing, right? Like, I think that, like, VTubers being a thing is, like, good, actually. Right? Like, being, like, covered by the media, like, the mainstream media, right? The LA Times had a VTuber article that I don't really have a subscription to the LA Times, but I'd like to read it. Right? You probably shouldn't be, yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, like, people will notice... I mean, I'm honestly, like, a little bit curious about it. Because, like, I am obviously me, and, you know, I don't usually... Usually when my flesh is on... Usually when my face is on the internet, it is not made of, like, weird, like, flesh stuff on land. I don't usually do many land appearances, if you catch my drift, right? And this was, like, a full land appearance, right? Like, basically because, like, they see, you know, mantis shrimp wandering around, and they're like, oh man, that mantis shrimp looks, like, so unusual that, like, I better interview that person. I think that person would have very, like, high, you know, visual interest, right? When they publish an anti-Section 230 article, like, yeah, that makes sense. I get that. You're actively in bed. You're hitting that bed so hard. Bed, 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 bed. Yeah. I mean, I think if it had been, like, some other sort of, like, old media publication, like, I think I would have had the same, like, reaction, which is like, huh, nice. But, yeah, I'm kind of wondering what's gonna happen. Like, if the interview makes it out, and there's no guarantee that it will, but I'm a little bit curious about, like, if it comes out, like, what are the consequences going to be for the shrimp stream, right? Because it's like, okay, well, okay, who is this, like, sassy lost child who is doing this, like, interview in Wired about VTubers? And it's like, wait a minute, that's obviously a mantis shrimp. Okay, what kind of mantis shrimp VTubers are there? And then they look up mantis shrimp VTubers, and it's like, oh, okay, here's a mantis shrimp VTuber who sounds exactly like that person. Right? You'll confess you'd probably prefer a very different stream type. So, okay. Would the 12 midnight Eastern time zone work? Or would that not work? Would that be just like a no? Hello. I feel like we'll work better. You prefer earlier? Like, even earlier? Like, because I could do, like... I could, in fact, do earlier, right? Like, I could certainly do the, do, like, the 10 o'clock, like... Well, okay. So... Alright, let's say... Hypothetically... all of you, everybody who's here, and I know this is a biased sample because you're all here, if you could choose, like, the time that I started streaming, like, what would you do? Like, what would you choose? Like, magically, suddenly, like, I stream until the end of time at a specific time, and choose it, and, like, at least, like, tell me your time zone. I'll make that a Discord poll. I mean, I could. I don't want to, like... I want to, like, figure out how to set expectations properly, because it's, like, it's not something where I'm not trying to, like, ask chat, like, what time to stream and then do it exactly. I'm sort of, like, I'm trying to get more vibes. I'm trying to do this a little bit less formally, right? Like, and I think the people who, like, interact with Discord, well, I don't know. Maybe these are just excuses. The current stream time is quite good for European, but nice. 9 p.m. Eastern is when you want the stream to start. Like, and assuming that most streams kind of go for, like, you know, 5-6 hours, right? Like, roughly. Sometimes less. Okay, so you want it to start at 9 p.m. Eastern, which is 6 p.m. Pacific. Which is a good time, but it also, like, a little bit saturated, but maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe I just do it. 9 p.m. Eastern is an ideal? Yeah. Okay. Is this like a kind of get home from work and or school and watch stream thing? And go to sleep with stream? Saturation doesn't matter? Yeah. Oh yeah. Have a good bed. Okay. So we've got 2 9 p.m. Easterns. I guess for your European, but 9 p.m. Eastern would, like, be a lot worse because that would be 3 a.m. But then, like, I guess, like, after 6 hours, like, yeah. It would eventually become something that was, like, okay, I guess, right? No, I'm thinking about this, right? It's like, right now during the summer, I think, like, yeah. So that would be worse for your European, but the other possibility is having, like, different times.
Let's go, lesbians, let's go!
Yeah. Ah! 6 Pacific, 9 Eastern is, like, a very US-friendly time, like, slot, and it's, like, pretty lousy for most of the rest of the world, I think. And I think you have most of the workday in the Pacific Ocean, which is thematic, but also... This is why some of FaZe's talents have more than one stream a day. I mean, that's a possibility, too. I guess the thing is like, if I stream more, it's also less important, right? Like, if there's different, like, opportunities that, like, your sleeping schedule changes, you're unable to answer this question. I mean, mine does too, which is, like, why it's, like, hard to, like, really pin down a specific time. Let's see. Your sleep schedule is at the mercy of VTubers. That is definitely mood. That is absolutely a mood. I think for all of my streaming, I still have not figured out what it is that, like, VTubers are supposed to do on stream. And then I'm, like, realizing, wait a minute, I'm, like, very yappy. I am, like, I'll just, like, talk about some random meta conversation. What I really should do is I should, like, come up with, like, I should do more thinky stuff, I guess. Where I can kind of point out what I'm doing. Like, we should do more stuff like, you know, I think one of my favorite streams that I ever did was when I took this kind of, like, weird walkthrough tour of the National Helium Reserve that they were selling off. And we just did, like, the Google walkthrough and, like, saw all the random places where they're tossing their garbage. Right? Like, I still remember that stream as, like, one of the fondest, like, that was truly felt like an epic stream to me. And so I'm wondering, like, you know, is there a way to, like, capture that and be like, you know, let's do some sort of, like, I want to do educational streams, but where I'm the one being educated, essentially. Where I'm just, like, learning stuff, like, live, and we're just figuring it out together, and we're being like, holy shit, what the... huh. But then, it's, like, hard to, you know, it's hard to learn stuff on stream because, like, the entire world is trying to give you spoilers. Educate the shrimp. Maybe I should just interview people. They don't even have to be VTubers. Just, like... They should just, like, take a random member of chat, like, interview them about, like, their profession, like, what they do and, like, how they came to do it. Like, that... Like, the CAD model of, like, my HVAC setup, right? Like, that was, like... Oh! That's so cool. And I want to know more about, like, HVAC, like, how... what is the HVAC? Oh, you know what? I could do that. I could, like, find the Wired interview. I could find the Wired reporter and, like, interview him. Like, once he publishes his byline, I should be like, hi, I'm a VTuber. I'm the VTuber that you interviewed. I would love to interview you, about... I'd love to interview you on my Twitch channel. You know, if you ever have a time, like, and would love to, I'd love to do an availability with you. Would you like to become a VTuber? I can make you I can, like, set you up with, like, a very basic kind of, like, VTuber model, and then, like, you can become a VTuber, and... I could be like, oh, you're writing about VTubers? Well, what about become a VTuber? It's the ace-up of every VTuber's stream when they're doing, like, press with normies. It's so they can, like, turn the VTube studio... You can turn the VTube studio on them, and then they stare into, like, themselves in a mirror, and they're like, oh my god! It's like the weird secret, like, VTuber normie, like, superpower trick that, like, nobody, like, teaches you about. I highly recommend this, by the way. Even if you, like, aren't a VTuber yourself, I highly recommend just, like, download, like, VTube Studio onto your phone and, like, get some, like, download some, like, reasonably, like, well-rigged model, because, like, there's a dime a dozen of them these days, so that you can, like, whenever you're, like, talking to, like, a friend about, like, your hobbies or whatever, you can, like, turn the VTube Studio, like, face towards them, and then, like, they suddenly, like, start, like, becoming the model, and then they start making faces at your phone. It's, like, one of the best conversation starters. And it's like, oh, yeah, what have you been watching lately? Oh, I've been watching these VTubers. What's a VTuber? It's like, turn, show phone. It's so fun. It's also, like, if you're a VTuber and you're watching this, great hack for, like, talking to parents about this. Yeah. Yeah, the default model isn't even that well rigged, because it's, like, it's got ancient rigging, right? Like, if you have a VTuber model that is, like, rigged with anything near the sort of modern level of, like, rigging, and those are super, 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 super cheap to get on, like, VGen or whatever, right? And it's probably worth it just for the party trick. Yeah. You open VTube Studio and let her mess around. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, right? Like, it's a frickin' superpower. It's like the little shiny that you, like, toss at them. And then, like, I had, like, half of my relatives saying, like, oh, man, I'd love to be a VTuber, right? It's like, and then they don't ask you any other questions, right? Like, they're like, oh, man, you're doing that cool, like, VTuber thing, right? Like, they're not like, oh, when are you gonna get a real job? I mean, they kind of do, but, like, less so, right? They're, at least they don't think that the thing is, like, weird, because they just, like making funny faces at the thing, right? And they're like, oh yeah, no, I just make funny faces at people. I mean, you don't even need to have a VTuber to do it. This you just like throw a VTuber at them and be like, oh yeah, look at this. Also, depersonalization is one of the biggest reasons that people become VTubers in my experience. If you depersonalize your like kind of appearance, then like a VTuber model is like an insanely powerful vessel by which you can like anchor it into the reality. I feel like I'm not doing enough funny faces. It's always Shylily that's credited with like being the one to say like, man, there's a lot of people with good rigging that are like really underutilizing their models by like not making them work for them by like making the faces. Like the VTuber models are only going to do what the riggers like allowed them to do, but you can, you know, you also need to actually do some amount of acting, right? You perceive yourself as lines of text. Do you watch Clonk? Would you be a Clonk-style VTuber? L:_Q. Do you watch, I guess... L:_Q is a VTuber who is also lines of text. As in, that's the VTuber. It's the VTuber is lines of text. It's, I feel like in some ways, like, what you are describing is extremely Clonkcore. So. Can you shout out them? Sure. Clonk was here earlier in the stream. At the very beginning. I don't know whether the, I don't think that the clip shoutout stuff, like, works, but... Hello! This is Will. Oh, hello. Halar. AX was crazy. From Fantastic Reality, okay. Sorry, I am extremely bad at faces, which is why I exist. I'm extremely bad at faces and names, which is why like I exist as like a highly mimetic, like kind of you know, rainbow creature on the internet. From in and out. I see. Okay. All right. Understand? Yeah. Okay. The places from the ancient days of the text internet, you still feel like
Whee!
text? I mean, L:_Q is from the ancient days of the text internet as a VTuber model, as in you can, there are like 2 ways that I know of to like access the L:_Q stream, and they are Twitch and Telnet. You can in fact Telnet into and like receive the stream. It's like in some ways like a magical bridge between the 2 worlds. And yeah, I think Clonk is an incredible inspiration for like I think what a lot of people are saying in terms of like being text. You're in danger of being eaten by a group. I have StreamNet hack. Yes, you can receive the stream by Telnet. The stream is like an Emacs like windowed desktop, right? The VTuber model is like rendered in text characters. I don't know whether it's not ASCII per se, I think. Like it might be some sort of Unicode thing, but basically like the VTuber model is like in this sort of like custom text renderer. And yeah, it's an experience. It's a capital E experience. But yes, I like with all that you're saying, right? I think like there's a VTuber for everyone, and it sounds like Clonk is the VTuber for you, and hopefully me. But like, I'm a lot less texty, you know. You practice code making graphics out of Unicode? Well, heck yeah! Do I have a VTuber for both of you? Also, Clonk is like kind of amazing too, right? I will never resist any opportunity to shout out my friends. So go check out intensely cool streamer Clonk. This is like a 2/3 like guess. This is like the worst possible thing. I'm just gonna like peel off the band-aid now. Oh, that was the last thing I needed to peel off. Always lucky. Never punished. You'd be like, this is not the same as saying you'd enjoy watching this. I think you'd enjoy watching this given like what you talk about, right? Like the content is also appealing in that way, right? Like, all right, we can play. Let's see. What do I do? Maybe I do more Subnautica. Like I can continue minesweeping all the time, right? I need to do events. All these weird like, okay. Level 9 arena. Finish 15 games with a difficulty of 6 to within. Okay. Without flags? Sure. Let's use this ticket. 15 games with a difficulty of 6 to 12 without flags within 30 minutes. Sure. Okay, well, I'm locked in now to the weird arena stuff. Yeah, make this bigger. I still need to scroll for this. Okay. I'm not like... There's some people who are extremely intense minesweepers. And apparently being on a time pressure just like makes me feel a lot more spicy about this. Are there not lower difficulty games? Is this like what this difficulty of game looks like? It's not hard, but it's like nerve-wracking. I don't know whether I can do the 2-minute clears for this. Yeah. This is basically like Minesweeper with raids. God. Okay. Sure. Game 2, 15. Nope. Cool. Can I complete the raid in time? Hopefully. Okay. Cool. That's good. I'm also not really on my table for the mouse because I've like completely run out of like table real estate with all the stuff on it, so hold on. I'm gonna like adjust shit a little bit. Okay. Cool. Now I'm on a real surface. Ah, shit! Okay. The real surface did not convey upon me ultimate minesweeping powers. That was a 50-50. Okay. 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 Just... calm down, please. Mind, calm down. Man, the amount of concentration when you're under a time crunch is so much worse than normal. I don't know why doing Minesweeper Gauntlet makes me want to play Ultra Kill of all games, but like it's the sort of thing that's like percolating in my mind now. It's like, okay, well I've done so much Minesweeper. It's like, what if Ultra Kill? Is this the Mirabelle brain rot? The strongest of our Minesweeper warriors in the arena of Minesweeper? Is there a Minesweeper con? Is there some sort of like worldwide place where I can go to and meet my fellow sweepers of the mines and like figure out what it is that they do, what makes them tick, and you know who they are, what makes them get up in the morning? Oh, this is like a kind of flat one. This is like more wide than tall. Okay. Where are our greatest Minesweeper warriors? Maybe I should be interviewing them. I do have some ideas for a, Alright, I'm going to, like, talk about this because I was talking to some people and it's like, well, okay, so I can program some stuff with VTube Studio, right? And then I was thinking, it's like, okay, but what if I just become the Sam Reich of VTubers? Of course, the important thing about Sam Reich is that his father was the Secretary of Labor in the Clinton administration. And so it's like, okay, will you just become like that, but for VTubers? What if SSX Tricky? Is that a Minesweeper? Robert Reich? Yeah. Mm-hmm. The more relevant thing, I guess, that some people will think is relevant is that he hosts a Dropout show called Game Changer, in which they sort of like, you know, do various kind of like goofy premises to the contestants for fun and profit, and like everybody's a comedian. It's like that, but for VTubers would, I think, like make a lot of sense. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I remember looking at Sam Reich and thinking like, well, the main other Reich that I know is like Robert Reich, and it's like, oh yeah, okay. Well, not only is his father the Robert Reich, but he like talks about it a lot, and it's a kind of like it's a running gag on the show, right? But yeah, it turns out that Robert Reich's son is like an extremely influential comedy writer and like game show host. So that's fun. And it's on this sort of like thing that like took over for like College Humor. So yes, if you liked Robert Reich, then you can get more Robert Reich content at Dropout on the show Game Changer. Sometimes he makes cameos, right? Like sometimes he'll like record little tiny segments for it. Well, Robert Reich is a very talented artist, yeah. Mm-hmm. And, you know, I guess Sam's okay, too. Oh, we're in ad time. We're in ad time, but I'm on, like, a time crunch, so I cannot stop. I can't stop, won't stop. Also, this is a 50-50, but I won it. So there. Okay. Oh, that's a tiny arena. There we go. I've not played what are you referring to? What is the thing? Is this... Please give a more detailed explanation. I'm not aware of playing it. I don't know that... Oh, okay. I vaguely remember a snowboarding video game like that. Is that... Oh, sorry. Are you proposing that I should play that now? Rather than I become the person who is the VTuber of that game. In a dropout Robert Reich sense. Oh, sorry. Okay. That was the answer to, like, what should I play today? I get it. I see. Okay. I think I understand. You know what? I think this is, like, simple enough that I think I can actually do it. Man, Minesweeper is such a weird hole. At least, like, ranked Minesweeper. I don't know. Competition Minesweeper. Is it on some, like, old original hardware? Oh, you know what something is I could do to, like, completely torture everybody here? I could play Ants Racing. I have, like, this old PS2, like, copy of Ants Racing. And I've got all the, like, the stuff set up to, like, do original hardware. I think I would actually want to plan a stream for that. That seems, like, so, like, awful. Yeah, A&TZ, like, the Woody Allen movie. Like, the one that came out the same time as, like, Bug's Life, right? The DreamWorks one. Was DreamWorks? Was it DreamWorks? One of them was DreamWorks. The anti-capitalism ants movies? The commie ants! N64 and PlayStation 1. I do have an N64 right here. So, you know. That must be why it's familiar, because, like, I had an N64 growing up. I had access to a PlayStation. And so I think I saw it in stores. Is it... Okay. Is there something about it other than the fact that it is a snowboarding game? Is it, like... Is there, like, something, like, mimetic or, like, weird or unusual about it? Does it, like, morph into Sandy's Requiem Eternal Darkness? I assume not. I assume that, like, this would have become, like, the sort of, like, weird cult classic game if it was, like, more than just that. Is it, like, very bad? Is it, like, I'm curious. Tell me. Pitch me. Because this is theoretically potentially a thing. Like, I certainly have the hardware to be able to do something like that. Is it extremely difficult to get cartridge? SSX to do, like, cartridge moves and speed? Honestly, what I should also try, I think, like, DJ was, like, well, Sui was trying to get me to do this the other day. It was, like, just get into Tony Hawk itself. Because I remember, like, noodling around on Tony Hawk, and I was like, I don't... This is, like... This is rough, buddy. I was, like, embarrassing myself at Sigrid and Bird's wedding. Because I was just, okay, I'm just gonna spam the Ollie button over and over and over and over again. And, like, that's the only way I'm gonna, like, come remotely close to, like, doing okay on these levels. I might need Arthur's help. I mean, there might be a PS disc. I have my ways. Like, there's certainly... Like, I can go eBay dump eBay diving with the best of them, or thrift shopping. Like, they do exist around here. There are some sort of weird, like, places that you can get retro stuff. I guess, like, I can always go to Japan and get it from there, right? Although, that would probably make it even harder to actually comprehend. Alright. Can I free myself from this gauntlet of, this no-flag gauntlet of iniquity? Huh! That's a lot of reveal. That's a lot of map revealed. This has gotten very intense. I think I completed, yeah, I think I completed Sonic Adventure 2 when I played it. I could do some, like, Dreamcast games. I did go on a buying frenzy for, like, some of the GOG sale stuff. I might do, like, something similar for Steam, and then play a bunch of that on stream. I did install one of the games that was, like, a big, like, childhood game for me. But, yeah. I didn't want to necessarily just jump immediately into it, like... okay. That was a misclick. You have to really play perfectly on this, or else you, like, can get really, like, in above your head. Okay. Okay. Let's shuffle the BGM. What? Very different. Boop, boop, boop. All right. This kind of feels like a little bit more of a weird, like, Minesweeper backing track too. You still have the Wii? I still have most of my old systems, except my dad lost my GameCube in a elevator. I had a lot of memories from that purple box. Ooh, okay. Although I had already kind of, like, started to be less interested in games. I'm curious why I didn't, like, stream it all. I think I was very, very, very worried about being perceived. By the wrong crowd, you know? You know what they say about strangers? You never know what somebody might be on the internet, you know? My mother was always terrified of strangers on the internet, which was very funny because I did actually, like, end up meeting a surprisingly high number of strangers on the internet. Like, you know, I'd let them vet the people first, but it's like, you know, just random people from IRC channels. Like, I'd be like, whenever I'd be, like, on a family vacation to a city, I'd always, like, kind of reach out to my random IRC channels and be like, hey, anybody, like, live in these areas? Like, let's, like, hang out. And then so, like, you know, I think, like, I don't know, I've always just been, like, she who meets, like, people offline, right? Like, that's, like, my weird sort of, like, superpower. I'll meet people offline. I'll meet the most online of people offline. Which begs the question, it's like, why am I online? Yes, there's a lot of backwards compatibility. I can use the Wii to play GameCube games for sure. Okay. Whoa. I am starting to get the characteristic Minesweeper hand cramp. Let's see. All right. Today is Wednesday night, right? All right, so I think we are going to have past friend did that. Let's see here. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. This is a bad idea. Let's burp, 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 burp. Ooh. I tended to, like, figure that, like, if I had been speaking to somebody online for a very long period of time, and I had observed them in, like, enough context, that I had a pretty good handle on them. And I think, like, the other thing is that I tended to hang out, like, a lot in, like, very, like, kind of what I perceive to be, like, relatively adult spaces. So it's, like, not places that somebody with, like, weird ulterior motives would go to. Plus, you know, this was, like, more like this was, like, the early 2000s and, like, late 90s, and, like, I think, like, it was just a lot less. There are some things that were just, like, a lot less of a big deal then. Yes. Hello! Well, it's good, that, you know, hopefully... Oh, yes, then I should ask you, then. What times work well for both of you? Because I'm looking at figuring out what, like, times are going to look like for streams. And so I want to stream at times that are helpful to people. And yes, these are people... Yes, you guys are in the chat right now, and therefore you're a biased sample. But, like, if you are coming to the stream now, and you could pick in any sort of, like, ideal circumstance, like, when the stream would start, for data purposes, like, when would you start it? When would you like for Kari streams to start? What time? And, I should understand most time zones, so. It's like midday around now with, like, a 4-hour window. Okay, you're European, then? You're, like, Central Europe, right? Are you CEST? So, I guess your answer is, like, 9:30 CEST, right? When can I stream? I have some amount of flexibility. A lot of it is just kind of like, you know, putting my sleep schedule into it. Midday Pacific is, like, a little bit tricky, although less so with the AC setup, so I know. I have flexibility. UTC 2? Okay. See, which is usually tied to CEST. Okay, interesting. That is fascinating. Are you, like, in Africa? Are you in South Africa? Or no? Okay. You're in South Africa. Okay. Neat. That's cool. South Africa. That's neat. UTC +2. Because I know that there's, like, some CEST... I guess CEST? I don't think Germany is, like, +2. I think it's +1. It's only one of note. Who is it? Holy shit, thank you for the tier 3. Germany's +2 in summer. Okay, okay, they're summer. So it's like, so it's like daylight savings for them. All right. CEDT. So it's CEDT, which is like your time zone. All right. Central European Daylight Time. Got it. That makes sense. And then there are probably, like, some Eastern time zones that are, like, standard time, I think, yeah. Whomst? You don't need to whisper. You can talk about VTubers here. Please talk about streamers here. I know it is not a usual rule. Like, normally you need to not, you know, talk about other streamers in a lot of streams. This is, like, one of my, like, weird particular special interests, so, feel free to, like, you know, yap, like, excitedly about, you know, especially VTubers, like, you know, again, special interest thing, right? Like, feel free to yap about VTubers that, like, have characteristics that are interesting, like, you know, they are in my country or what have you. Is it Catania? Okay. I thought it might be Catania. I didn't want to, like, you know, I didn't want to say, oh, is it Catania and be wrong, right? But, like, yeah, I was thinking it would be Catania. Yeah, there's currently a sort of, like, slightly suspicious wave of graduations going on among a bunch of, like, semi-prominent people. It doesn't... Man, it could be Hololive, but I don't know that it's Hololive, right? Like, I don't... I know. It doesn't feel Hololive to me, although maybe I'm just gonna be eating my words in, like, 4 months, so... The stuff about Gunpei? I don't... there's something about, like, basically, like... There's something about not responding with, like, the sort of, like... Okay, so I guess, like... So for indie merch makers, right? Like... I was actually having this discussion in of all things, like, in the car coming back from AX. There's, like, a sort of, like, general practice, like, when it comes to, like, indie, like, fan art of, like, VTubers. So first, like, everything is copyrighted, right? Yeah, that's the thing, right? Hololive sort of has been, I think, implying that they're not going to debut a new gen for a while, except they, like, kind of have made, like, comments along the lines of, like, we want to, like, keep the numbers stable. And if the numbers are declining, then maybe that means that they debut a new gen, right? Like, it's complicated, right? Like, to keep it at the same number, right, they would have to deploy a new gen, I think. I better be able to... Sorry, I think I need to concentrate on this to be able to, like, do it in time, or else my entire, like, you know, all of the work that I've put in up to this point might be horribly squandered. Of course, if I rush, I'm gonna make more mistakes. I just want to make sure that I get this done in, like, the next, like, couple of minutes. So that I can, like, complete the arena challenge. And not lose my... shit. Okay. Okay. Well, I am not exactly tilting, but I am certainly feeling the pressure. Okay. I'm going to explain what I know of the coal gunpie thing. And I think I only really am aware of, like, a small portion of it. But basically, my understanding is that she acted contrary to the cultural expectation around, like, sort of, like, intellectual property and, like, indie kind of merch, right? That somebody, like, made a plushie of the character and she reacted with, like, hostility rather than gratitude. And that's, like... And the way it was handled was, like, a massive faux pas, because, like, generally, like... Though it is, in fact, the case that, like, you can absolutely, like... You know, legally copyright strike and, like, you know, or not copyright strike, but, like, sue somebody for making, like, unauthorized merchandise of you. Like, the cultural practice in, like, the VTubing space, which is kind of borrowed from a lot of, like, fandom spaces, is, like, not to do that. Ah! 28 seconds left. Commissioned by a fan. Yeah, okay. If you wanted to put percentages. The thing is, like, you know, this is, like... If you phrase it in a certain way, right, it doesn't even sound bad, right? Like, this is what I don't 100%, like, from the sort of, like, description of the situation, like, I think it turns so much on, like, the details of it, right? That, like, I don't think that it's, like, even, like, necessarily a bad thing to, like, want to... Like, divorced entirely from the personalities of the people involved, right? Like, I don't think it's, like, weird to be like, hey, like, I would not like... I don't want people to be making unauthorized merchandise of me because I feel like it, you know, it mucks up my brand or whatever, right? Like... Speed NG. Okay, hold on. Let's do this. This is a no guessing game, so, like, no guesses are required for this game. Technically, there have been no guesses required so far. Thanks. Wait, hold on. I can use flags. Oh, shit. I can and should use flags, actually. Cool. Sorry. Yeah. No, this is not gonna work at the speed that I need to have it work if I don't flag. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so I think, like, there might be some sort of, like, personality thing that, like, really, like, piss people off. And to that end, I haven't looked into it. I know that there's, like, some sort of, like, crazy, like, over 1 million view, like, Mudan video that, like, covered it. I was aware, like, I've been aware, like, you know, at my periphery of Gunpei for, like, a very, very, very long time. But, like, yeah, I don't know what the specific details of the controversy were. So. Doubling down in general nastiness of the response. Because, yeah, I mean, it's not a typical practice in the, This is a no-guessing game, so it shouldn't have to guess. Okay. That felt like a guess. Maybe it wasn't one, but it certainly felt like one. Nope. Initially, people were on... Yeah, I mean, like, because she's in her rights to, like, object to the dilution of her brand. Right? Like, you know, if somebody makes unauthorized... Like, let's say I have no policy on it, or, you know, if I have, like, a negative policy on it. Like, okay, just to be very clear, like, I, you know, think if people want to make fan merch of me, I would love that. I think that would be great. Go wild. Go absolutely hog wild. Like, please do so. Like if you're not, like, doing, like, if you're doing some sort of, like, real if you're doing a massive industrial production run, please, like, contact me first. But, like, if you just want to do, like, any sort of, like, casual, like, fan merch thing of me, like, go wild. That's great. I think that's in my case synergistic marketing and would be great. I would love that. So just to get that out of the way for myself. But, you know, it's like, I think, like, from the principle of it, she at least initially, like, has the perfect, like, you know, moral rights over her characters, like, to be able to, like, object and be like, I don't want to dilute the brand this way, right? Like, so presumably the real, like, kind of, there must have been some sort of, like, tone or communication issue that, like, blew up. And I have not looked into it to, like, know what that was. So, yeah. Bop. Da-da-ba-ba. Do I seem more tired than normal? I've been doing a very large amount of traveling, and I'm wondering where there's coming across. Fuck. Apparently I'm misinputting. You get me? I guess once I stream more, I'll have more of, like, a baseline for people to be able to actually answer that question. Like, above all, I'm gonna do, like, more streams, kind of more consistent streams, slightly shorter streams, probably. So, for example, you know, we're approaching, like, the 4-hour mark. I think 4 hours is, like, reasonable as an amount of time. Like, if I'm streaming more often, then the sort of, like, shorter streams are okay. So, to that end, we're only, like, 3.5. Well, I think that's A-okay. I do have a lot that's planned. And I think I'm gonna, like, have a blast with it. Again, don't wanna hype the thing before it's there. Let me finish this, this little bit of, yeah. Old. Oh, I think, what I would like to do is actually finish that Slay the Spire game with chat. That was started a while ago, and we kind of did 2, floors of that. 2 acts, I guess, of that. And we should actually try to slay, like, the final, like, I want to do a whole bunch of progression with chat. And then we can actually slay the heart. Let's do it together. Co-op. Co-op with chat. So the mermaid stream is still on. So, yeesh. Boop, 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 boop. I think this is yeah. Well, they said no guessing, so. Oof. This is so incredibly nerve-wracking. I mean, I have more time than before, so it's not quite as bad in that sense, but like it's still pretty bad. There's like only one of them here. Okay. There's gonna be a cascade of stuff that like just like gives me all of the like kind of gives me there's like a flip-flop basically on this whole like line of, and like the moment that I know what's going on in this corner here, it's gonna give me all of the information about all of the stuff inside there all at once. Like, okay, there we go. We got that. That's, yeah. Okay, see, now I got the boop, 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 yeah. It just like travels like a, you know, a pulse over like a neuron. Like it jumps from like the myelin sheath to myelin sheath. Alright, arena done. Did I just get some quests? Cool, I got some quests. Man, there's dailies, everything. Like, hi, Kami. Hello, Kami. How are you doing? Ah! The dings. Why is there dings? It's a snake! Guys, watch out, it's a snake! The exhaustion has taken me. Is it? It's, isn't it like daytime there? Hold on. Okay, so if I play 4 intermediate level games, like 3 of which have no flags, then that's like 2 of my dailies, right? Can't believe I have dailies in Minesweeper. I can. It makes sense. Oh yeah, show me. Are you... Do you want to show me, like, in voice and on stream? Or, like, you want to show me, like, off stream? Or is it, like, we can hop into call if you want, or you can just show me, like, in DMs, or... Yes. Sorry if I'm up to me. Yeah, you can hop on if you want. Hold on, are you in place? Let me see if I can drag you into place. It's a good place. Here. All right, have a good sleep. Yo.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh god, I'm still the soccer ball, the volleyball repair
Yes,
job.
you're volleyball. Is it coming too loud? Are you the right volume? Okay, say something.
Something.
I think that's pretty okay. Yeah, I think audio levels are decent.
Ugh.
Should I use a flag?
I may have to shortly like walk away for a moment because I'm having food delivered and
Oh yeah,
they are almost here.
no problem. If there's a jump scare,
There won't be a jump scare.
a food jump scare, a delicious jump
Just
scare.
the doorbell's gonna ring and then I have to get up and give them money. Except
It's like a fun Japanese doorbell. Does it make a fun Japanese doorbell noise? No?
It does, but I hate it still.
It does. You've grown. The familiarity of the Japanese doorbell has bred contempt.
Bread.
Bred.
180, 280, 380, 480, 580.
I went to a bunch of VTuber concerts in the AX weekend. I'm so excited.
Yay.
It was like a lot of fun.
That's awesome.
You do sound very tired.
I'm very tired. Yeah,
Oh,
I had
you're
a busy
tired.
busy day because went to work, taught 6 classes of elementary school kids, and then immediately had to rush home to clean up, change clothes, brush my teeth, and go to the dentist to have them abuse me in the chair.
Oh no.
And then I walked out and was just like, my vibes shambled.
You know what's always like wild about Japan? This is the sheer amount of dentist advertising.
There's lots of dentists. They're like on every fucking corner, almost
know, it's like-
almost as bad as like kombini. Like kombini
They're like
dentist,
Tim Hortons and
barbershop.
yeah. Yeah, they're like Tim Hortons is in Canada. It's like just like 10 million dentists, and then they're just like advertising all over the place. And it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, everybody wants them to be your dentist, and
Yeah.
the dental power
I have to
levels
hit them
are off
with
the charts.
I'm gonna have to hit them with the gum in the side because I have 18 10 Juman coins that are part of what I'm paying with, and it's just like, yeah. I'll be right back.
All right. Hey, it's the cool Japanese doorbell. We could actually hear it that time. Nice. Shit. Okay. Remember when I wanted to do dailies in Minesweeper? It was like ultimate, like, you know, Kari is bored by the vicissitudes of like ordinary life stream, right? And it's like, okay, what video game can like rock me out of this like kind of weird bored slump? And it's like, okay, well no, I'm gonna instead like lean directly into my boredom in the most like intense way possible and just like do like achievement Minesweeper, right? Like just latch onto the single like Minesweeper redeem and just like go hard on it. and just play Minesweeper for hours. It's happened before. It could happen again. You want to make it a bad maybe I just need to make an Arduino MIDI player thing and like have it just play whenever people ring the doorbell of my stream.
Ugh, sorry.
How's your doorbell?
It goes boo 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 boo. Sounds like fucking Harry Potter a little bit, except like Harry Potter from Tina.
It was
Yeah.
it was audible. I could hear it on the Discord, which is like pretty impressive because often like Discord actually just like only transmits voices and like cuts out a lot of other things, but it was like very audible.
That's really odd. Yeah, it ring. See, the funny thing is, it's when it rings and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm not expecting anything. That's when I panic.
At least you know it's you, right?
Yeah. No, I came in on your stream and I looked at your outfit. I'm like, oh yeah, I should show you this I had made up. If you haven't seen it, I don't know what people see anymore. Things are wild.
Everything!
You're telling me a shrimp fried this rice?
Did you, were you here earlier? Did you see, did you hear I got interviewed by Wired Magazine?
No, I didn't see that. That's cool.
Yeah, I was like leaving the Fantastic Reality concert. Oh, that's very cool. Have you shown this on stream yet?
I've shown the leftmost one. I mean, it's all to be shown. It is a reference sheet, so.
Okay, it is okay to show this stuff, right? It's a cool reference sheet. Hold on. Let me finish this thing and I will toss it up on the
Minesweeper.
I will show off the sheet of reference. Did you just get this?
Yeah, she delivered it today, which she has an illustration that's also coming with it, which I will show you, but you can't show that one.
Okay, that one is not showable.
So, since it's a rough, so.
Okay.
It doesn't look like a rough, by the way, but apparently that's a rough, so.
I can see how that's a rough. That is very cute.
Cute.
What?
It's super cute.
It's so cute. Like the amount of cuteness levels like in these are like kind of off the chart. It makes me want to like cute aggression.
Yeah, it's crazy because it's kind of wild the kind of artists that they are.
It makes me want to cute aggression.
And most people would go like. Most people would be like, oh, what, like a hentai artist doing something that's not hentai? I'm like, no, it's a professional pachinko artist.
Oh, pachinko artists, but that's where they draw.
They draw the cute characters for the pachinko machines, so they make old people gamble more money.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, is this a pachinko artist?
Yes.
You need to put me in touch with your pachinko artist. Like, I'm like very much in the market right now for like a new outfit.
Yeah, I'll let you know. This is sadly one of those ones I'm gonna gatekeep.
Yeah,
a little bit.
That's fair.
No, like I gave them exactly 2 pictures of a friend's outfit, and said like aloud, I was like,
did you
hey,
get eaten? Did the volleyball get removed violently from your face?
I removed it when I got in, and then realized I had the volleyball, so I took it off.
Oh, did you just rip it out of your face? Why are you eaten?
It fell off. It was a shoddy stitch job anyway.
Why did you have a volleyball stitch onto your face? Are you okay?
Do you have any ibuprofen? I have a headache.
Do you need help?
Yeah, I think ibuprofen. I have a headache.
The third boss is like difficult. How about some homeopathy? Do you want it?
Can't spell homeopathy without homo.
Okay. Can't spell without home.
Oh, right.
Mhm.
Look, I didn't say I was good at spelling. It's why I play melee classes.
Look, nobody has homes anyway these days anymore, so like, you know, it's fine.
That's fair.
Mm.
I gotta figure out when I'm paying rent this month. All 29,000 of it.
I mean, that's not that much compared to certain places.
It's not that much, no. It's just I like the shock value when you give someone a value in yen and they don't realize you're talking about yen.
Hey,
That's,
if you moved to Korea, then you'd be like, you know, like 290,000 in rent this month. Look at this. Man, you can really throw hands.
like 4 of them.
Yep. This is a little bit suspicious. You have a lot of limbs for a snake.
Don't worry about it.
Okay. I won't.
I mean, I could give you the lore deep cuts, but like,
Ouch, your
it's
back.
more. It's more that the
It's okay.
It's more that the has more to do with that the snake is an adaptation. The snake aspect is an adaptation, not necessarily the primary.
I feel like there's a lot of back pain going on here.
Why?
Actually, maybe not. I don't know. Just, you know, supporting. I guess the tail does, like, kind of, like, function as more of the support than anything, right?
Tail is a counterbalance.
What is can badge and why can I eat it?
I'm not sure.
I want
I think it's a Japanese term for like the round metal buttons.
Oh, are you wearing them? Oh, okay. They're there. They're the ones up
They're on
there.
the jacket.
They're on the jacket. Yeah. I should totally lick the horns.
Why though?
Blech. Yeah, nothing bad has happened. Nothing bad has happened at all. We're not, I didn't get, like, very motion sick that way. Oh my god.
Kari,
Yes,
I think you're tripping.
I'm not tripping. I'm
How do you know?
I'm completely normal. This is normal. Oh my god. Yeah, I know I'm doing completely. I'm fine. I'm fine. Don't worry. Nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong.
Darkness.
Yeah, I'm completely okay.
Darkness.
I'm normal. I'm totally normal. I'm normal. Ugh.
Mantis shrimp VTuber.
Whee! See, I'm fine. Everything's fine. It's normal. And fine. And normal. It's completely normal. Ah. Oh. Oh. You feel okay? You doing okay? You're pretty tired.
Yeah, I'm always pretty tired.
Makes sense. How is adaptation to the frigid Northlands?
It's hot as fuck right now.
That's
And
fair.
I went to the school today and no one was running the AC, and I was like, I'm dying.
Oh yeah.
You know, I don't know if you guys realize this, but
Places
I'm
that
white,
get snow
I
get
sweat.
extremely places that get like snow in the winter get like very hot in the summer. Like if you like there's some places that don't get it's very funny this way. It's like you think like, oh yeah, California doesn't get like snow in the winter at all ever, right? Like but like large parts of like especially the Pacific Northwest, like they get like pretty like cool in the summer evenings, right? Like I can stick my hand out here and it's like it's actually like pretty chilly. And even during the day it wasn't that bad. because it's like it's a lot less humid, right? But like you get water in a place, and it like that shit like holds like moisture, right?
Mhm.
So yeah. By the way, I wasn't gonna go like super much longer. But I was
You're
like,
fine.
yeah. I was like trying to make sure that I like made sure to do a stream back from my, going to various things. I got yeah, no, so basically what happened like with the Wired thing is I went to so there are two VTuber concerts this weekend. One was they're both like near AX, like they weren't at AX. I didn't go to AX because AX like was a complete shit show in terms of like actually getting into the con or doing anything there, and like I didn't really know anyone going, so like I mean I knew people going, but I didn't know that I knew people going, and so it would have been like annoying. So like there were two VTuber concerts, and I decided like super last minute to go to them. One of them like had like Issa Cottontail, JKT48V, Iron Mouse. I can just like look up the let me just look up the set list. Hold on. Okay. So the first one was Fantastic Reality. It had Ko Maria. And like stop me if you like Maria. Fantastic Reality. Okay. Yeah, these people. Why can't I open image? Show image in new tab. Oh yeah. Okay, so it had Ko Maria, Iron Mouse, Calf, Min Phantom, JKT48V, Issa, Duracat, and Cottontail. And then like there's like a random like there's a Wired reporter covering it there, and then like saw like a mantis shrimp because I was like I did not hide the fact that I was a mantis shrimp there, and was like, oh shit, like, and like basically like interviewed me coming out and asked me about like, how I describe VTubing and like whether I'd been to any other concerts and that kind of stuff, right? So.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So. Yeah, and we just had like a really quick kind of like person on the street kind of like setting, but I think it was like just because of like my appearance like compared to all of, like the normal humans there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I don't know if you. Okay.
Question though.
Sorry, out of character, I cosplay myself, like basically all weekend, and also Tofkai.
Question.
Yes.
Did you punch him in the face?
No, that was a little bit too in character.
Shame.
Yeah. No, it's a shame. Look, I'm not gonna. I'm not. Like, what do VTubers mean to you? Well, acting in accordance with your kayfabe punches him in the face.
Gurgle, gurgle. Right jab.
Dark Conquest has an NSFW toggle option. Oh, and then, like, the second one I went to was Virtual Vacation, and that was, like, oh, yeah. But, okay, sorry. So the, basically, I got, photographed from the balcony.
Nice.
Yeah, did you see this? Yeah. There's me, waving my light sticks at probably Iron Mouse, or maybe Calf or something. I'm not sure. One of the pink ones. But, there. You can see me. Yeah, and then the second one was, I think, what was it? Virtual Vacation? And so it was like Ashton Martin, Nimi Nightmare, Doobie, and Uni Cat. So
Nice.
And they did a lot of really, really cool like 3D stuff with that. So yeah.
Cool.
the whole experience. Like, it was like, they're like really good concerts. I feel like the main like thing I would like complain about was like, I think they mixed they had like some equalizer that wasn't like great on the Fantastic Reality one, but
So you're telling me it was giving them trouble?
yes, it was giving them some trouble. Hello. Hello, Emperor's Armpits.
Hello, Emperor's Armpits.
Mhm. All right. I think I should eat. It's like a 4 in the morning.
You're telling me a shrimp shit this bad?
A shrimp is shit that's bad. So I'm gonna pop on out of here.
Yeah, you have a good one.
Mm-hmm. It's a short stream, but I will do more of these and more often. So yeah.
Yeah,
It's the your shrimp.
shrimp.
I need to actually like kind of. All right, let me figure out who's up, who's doing the thing. Who is Oot and a boot at this time? Let's see. There's all the usual suspects.
Normally I would be, but I vibes not here. Shambles.
I mean, I can
etc.
do this just like the very standard target of raid. All right.
Nothing
I'm
wrong
gonna
with
raid
standard targeting.
I'm gonna raid Ronan. Ronan, cool. Ronan people should know. If you have not been introduced to Ronan, obviously, you know. So, eesh. Enjoy Ronan.
Ronan.
Yes. All right. Seribot is being Seribot right now. Okay. Mines swept. Alright, we've basically just been sweeping mines, so, you know. Mines swept. Alright, if you don't have a sub, this is the raid message. Here we go. Whoops. Twitch rate. Thank you for coming. I will stream in 2 days at an earlier time than like the one started today, I think. So like, you know, and then maybe go a little bit longer next time. So yeah, next raid Friday night US time, and like, you know, Saturday morning other time zones. So bye. See you guys.
Bye.
Boy. Hey. All right.
Kari. Here, let me pause. Welcome on in, Raiders. We do Starbucks, but there's summer pricing. Fair enough. Hi, doing Dennis. Shrimp indeed. Hello, Melancholy Brew. Mineswept. You're doing Minesweeper? Okay, Kari Minesweeper streams are pretty iconic. Hi, Kari. Welcome back. I saw you earlier. Hi, Green Plonk. Welcome on in. Welcome on in, Raiders. Hello. Oh, sorry, my eyes
Hope
are
you're
dry.
doing well.
Welcome.
I'm sorry that,
Hello.
like, so
My
low
name is
energy right
Ronan.
now.
I am a
I'm low energy
God. What's
too.
my how do I
Trust
describe
me.
myself? A dusty, decrepit
sense.
plant tag VTuber. Sorry,
Tired
I
as
am
fuck.
old and locked in on this game. However, my VTuber lore hack
Like,
is
I
that
would
I was
stream
dead
if I
for over
didn't go
15
to the
years,
dentist.
and because of
Yeah,
that,
that's
Like
for that reason,
dying.
I'm just.
Yeah.
Except
you
for the
want me
game
to
I'm
let
playing
you
right now, I'm just wildly,
get to
terribly
dying,
out of touch
I
with
think I'm
games
gonna
and
myself
internet
be
memes,
some
and
dying,
I'm
so-
bad at most games, but
Nope,
not
go
this
die.
one.
Yeah.
This one is great.
mean,
I
but,
love
like-
crime, so welcome on in.
You know what I meant? Go
Is
with me.
anyone in chat
Oh,
already
my,
doing
what,
shout out for
Shinu?
Kari?
Shine.
Can someone please do a shout out so I don't have to?
Too heavy.
I'm guessing, Kari, you're doing Minesweeper. What else are you up to?
私は
How did Minesweeper go?
死んでもう
Actually,
死んでいる
Kari, for those of you, if you haven't seen Kari before, she's a mantis shrimp And I mention her quite frequently in tandem with Nagi because I say those two are probably some of the smartest VTubers.
I did have
know.
the joy of introducing one of my teachers
And,
to Who's On
they
First
both
with
have that
Japanese
talent for being
subtitles,
able
so
to
they actually
explain
understand
very
what was going
complicated
on.
things in ways that make sense. Aslyria, thank you so much. Just chatting, okay, but with mine.
It kind of translates okay.
Really.
Like,
We also collab a fair amount. Yeah, because you guys are.
it's still a bit of a
fucking-
mess though, because
amazing
like how
together.
fast Abbott and Costello speak.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean,
Yeah,
like, they're
Kari
not
and
necessarily
Nagi talk about
improvising
topics
everything
that I
for,
would
like,
have
hours and
no
hours and
chance
hours.
of
Like, I
making
think
sense
streaming
of
is a little
on
bit
my own.
different of a thing.
And even if I read the source materials by myself, it's usually just as confusing. And then they just kind of break it
teacher
down
did
in a
laugh
very
at it,
funny
so.
way.
Yeah, fair enough.
We're literally talking to each other a lot, it's true. But you are very both smart. SMRT. Okay, what am I missing over here? Let's take the fast route back.
All right, have good eats. Okay.
Alright, have
So
a
yeah,
good
all
evening.
right. Thank you very much for the raid.
Right.
I don't know how fucked up your sleep schedule is. If you need to raid and run because you were like, I need to sleep, that is a-okay. Same with you, raiders. I know time zones exist, so there's a good chance some of you are like the EU or Australia. You're like, this is fine, but no worries either way. I really appreciate anyone who stopped by with the raid. I'm at raid insomnia. Oh no. Oh dear. Well, that's real. Oh, I missed some parts of. Okay, well let's go deal with the bottom left anyway. How if I didn't use the schedule? I'm trying to think what I would consider fucked up. I think sleeping fewer than 3 hours a night for more than a week is very fucked up. I think if you don't really get long blocks of sleep, like if you're like, oh, yeah, I nap for 2 hours 2 or 3 times a day, that's pretty fucked up. I think